Hi friends, good evening. This is your host Ankit Khandelwal joining from Delhi, India. And we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from North Carolina, USA. Good morning, Kim. Good morning to the world and welcome to Med Friday with Doctors.
Oh, and good evening to you, Ankit. As we know, we are world apart in two different time zones, but we're here to bring some great information. And I'm doing great here in Raleigh, North Carolina. How are you doing in India?
All good, all well. We are still fighting with the current pandemic and things are strong. It's a difficult time, but we have to get together and do the right way. That is what everyone is looking for. And we have a lot of experts and doctors, guiding us every day what to do and what not to do. And that's why we are safe and secure and we are healthy and we are talking about one world. And Kim, I'm not sure whether I mentioned it or not, but in India we say Vasudev Kutumbakam. That means world is one family. World is one family. So we say Vasudev Kutumbakam.
Vasudev
Kutumbakam.
Vasudev. One fam. Okay, one world, one fam. So I agree with that, and that's a beautiful phrase, and we need to type that up and make that part of our motto. Right? We need good taglines and mottos, and that's a beautiful tagline. And I think we need to not just say it, but live by it. And the pandemic, as we know, is having a tendency of doing up and downs like a roller coaster. We've also learned so much in the last 3 months together as a team. We have spoke with so many doctors and physicians around the world who have brought us some great information. I think one of the most important messages is that we need to, respect each other, right? The mask isn't about just protecting yourself, but it's protecting others if you have the disease, but also about building our immunity, which is one of the things I love about today's show is everything we discuss today with the doctors is always about the right and good things that we could be doing for ourselves. And we know that, having a poor compromised immune system can cause us to die from this disease. It's not just being old. It could be that you just have a poor and unhealthy immune system. And so let's get that immune system up, right? Let's get some physical fitness, but health fitness in place. And one of the ways we do that is by eating healthier. And Ankit came up with this great idea called, because I'm a little frustrated, and I think he is too, that we just don't eat enough healthy fruits, right? We have all these fast food restaurants and easy access to junk food. It's more cost effective to buy junk food. And so we're going to take on fruit ambassadors, right? Each of us, you can't get back on with me. Each of us are going to be fruit ambassadors. And we had Nicole from Jamaica with us, and she's going to take on being a fruit ambassador. We're each going to pick a fruit and we're going to support it and promote it as much as we can. Because fruit is very good for our bodies, as we're learning, and we're going to help reduce. Our goal is to help people become more fit, build your immune system, reduce obesity, right? Yes. And help reduce the fatalities from this virus. We're going to learn to live among the virus, because I'm starting to not believe in vaccines. But even if we do believe in vaccines, it may not be around for the next year or two, or not one that really works, because we all know majority of the medications and vaccines are more about the pharmaceuticals making money right now. I'm not putting them down. I think that they find a lot of treatments that we need, but I'm not going to trust a vaccine that somebody puts in our face today. I don't know about Ankit. I don't know about Nick or Jim or anyone else on backstage, but I'm just going to tell you right now, we need to focus on our health, and that's what today is all about. Some other interesting news that has come about. We've always said that COVID was just against the elderly, but we have suffered a great loss in our community. Every death has been a horrible loss, but we've suffered a loss in our community of a little 7-year-old girl, and it's not a fake story. My doctor, her son went to school with her, and she said it's devastated everyone that went to school with this little girl, because the children are scared. The children are scared of this virus, even though as parents we're comforting them, protecting them the best we can. And we tell them by staying home and wearing masks and washing our hands and coughing into our elbows is a way to protect ourselves. And then for this to happen was so devastating. And one of the things I like to do is learn more as to why people are dying, right? Because that's how we learn to defend ourselves. And there's a great TV show with Dr. Mike Hansen, who does 12 autopsies of the COVID. And I've learned so much through this. But one of the things I've learned is this little girl didn't, she died of what we're calling now the COVID disease, which is her brain swelled. And we're learning that patients of 20 to 30 with COVID are dying of strokes. So these are things we just need to be informed of, not feared of, but informed of, so that we can act upon them the way we need to, right? So that we can react properly, be prepared. If you feel sick, call the doctor, find out. I have had a friend who's been sick for a long time through this COVID process, the symptoms of COVID, and he's gone in twice to be tested and twice is tested negative. But something I've learned from Dr. Mike Hansen's autopsy reports is that of all 12 of his patients that died of COVID, the COVID was not in their throats.
Oh. Then?
Right, and that's where we test, right? We test in the nasal and the throat. The COVID was in the lungs. So, wow. But when he went to, not all of them, some of them, he said some had COVID in the throat, but not all of them. So this is something we need to be aware of, that not, and Dr. Yu has said this over and over. Yeah. Even if you're getting tested in the throat, not all the colonies are there. You're not going to get all the colonies, but these are full autopsies where they swipe it off, right? And no COVID in the throat, no COVID in the, it was all in the lungs. So we just need to be more aware of the science coming out of this. This is not transparency that is coming from CDC. This is not transparency coming from WHO. This is transparency coming from doctors that we know, doctors that we're staying in touch with. Yeah. And not just IB, but get out there and get to know the doctors, read the reports that are doing the real autopsies, read the reports that are coming from real doctors, and learn from them. We had an infectious disease doctor that comes on our show once a week. I think it's on Fridays. And he shares with us even his own fears, right? He's right there testing patients that sneeze all over him. And he's wearing PPE from head to toe, and he's scared because this is not something we fully understand. This is not something we want to do herd immunity on. We didn't go do herd immunity on chicken pox when it first came out. Okay, people, we were afraid of it. We stood our distances until we learned it. Then once we learned how to treat it, what did we do? Herd immunity. When we got the vaccine, what did we do? We tested it and then we used the vaccine. Why are we in such a rush? We need to do this right and think about it.
It's more about panic rather than taking the right decisions, because with panic, people don't take right decisions, and that is what the cause of a problem. And you remember that we started with no testing, and then we started with a lot of testing, and then we are afraid that why we are getting so many patients or people diagnosed with COVID positive, and now again a lot of people or a lot of countries are not doing that much of testing because they're afraid with the numbers coming up so fast, so rapidly going around. And what happened in Hong Kong? A couple of cases have started spiking up again. So as in a lot of other countries. So it's difficult to come up with a solution or to come up with a plan. But the basic plan is prevention, which is always the best plan to have whenever there's a medical or any disturbances. Prevention is better than cure. And secondly, you need to boost your immunity and take the right decisions, follow the right precautions, be productive for your family, for your neighborhood, and for your country. And also follow the right things. I mean, follow the distancing, wash your hands, try to avoid sanitizers as much as you can, because sanitizers would be good, but sometimes it's not good in excess of heat. You know what happened? People are using sanitizers in India. They are using sanitizers everywhere. And in India, we have around more than 110, 120 degree Fahrenheit temperature. And when a person cleans his car key with sanitizer, it just blasts away, because once he puts in ignitions on, and then there's an electric shock, and then there's a blast. And also, a lot of people they are cleaning their transport through a sanitizer diluted water. That is also a cause of a problem. So we have to create a lot of awareness how to do it, what to do. And this is not happening for the next 3 months. It should be a lifetime change, which we need to follow. And that's why we are on IBM TV sharing the best practices around the world. And I would like to welcome Rakesh ji from Hong Kong, Willie from Australia, and Jimmy from California. Welcome to IBM TV. And good morning to everyone, and good evening to Rakesh ji.
Good evening, everyone. And, I think these are some good things that we've always tried to promote here on IBM TV, is that we don't have these answers, but we do have some basic practices that we could do. And one of them to me is just pure common respect. Okay, facts, not fear. We know that you distance yourself, that the odds of you catching it are going to be slim. We know that it can live on surfaces for a long time. So clean your surfaces. These are just common everyday practices that we just need to get back into. And check it out. There's Nick, who's
good morning, Nick.
Nick's dying.
I'm dying.
So real quick, Nick, how's your wife?
Oh, we don't know yet. She had her test yesterday, and they haven't come back with the results. They said, quote, now this is Duke, takes 2 to 3 days. Oh, great. But she's feeling okay right now, but she has a fever. And the minute she had a fever, I said, hey, look, one thing that we know a little bit about is the people that die come in too late. They come in, I can't breathe. Can you help me? And they go, well, let me see. We'll put you intubate you. What does that mean? We're going to knock you out. No. And then put you on a ventilator. No. And your odds of living are 20%. Okay, see, that's not good. You need to go in early and get treatment, seek treatment first, because there are a lot of things they can do, from prednisone, which Dr. Moskowitz was saying, to quicentrin, to Tamarack, which is Jim, which Irina Kirsch did. Okay, so there are things that you can do to improve your condition. But if you come in, I can't breathe, it's time. Okay, you're gonna end up in the mortality file. That's
Nick. Are you monitoring the saturation, oxygen saturation?
Yeah.
Don't point at me, Nick. Point the other way.
You're in the mortality file.
That's mortality.
So why don't we find out what's going on around the world, since we have some of the world here. We'll start with Australia, mate. Willie Hill from Australia. What's happening in the world of COVID down under? Give us a report.
Good. We've in second stage. Second stage, as in the kids have gone back to school. And they've staggered the entry. We've got the very young kids and the ones that are doing university exams. So the very young ones and the very old ones. And then next week they're going to stagger the ones in between.
Wow.
They've opened restrictions. Yeah, they've opened the restrictions. Yeah.
So in Australia, which had when Ankit gives the report, they had like about a little over 100 deaths on a population of 24 million, the size of the United States. Now listen to this, America. 100 deaths. We beat them big time. We had 100,000. 100,000.
USA.
So let's go to that magic city called Hong Kong. Rakesh, what's going on in the magic city of Hong Kong?
We've got 7 new cases suddenly in one suburb.
Wow.
And so they're being tracked. And so that's a bit disturbing, because we almost had no cases for many weeks. And now suddenly we've got 7 new cases. They've traced the patient 0, 34-year-old woman, and people who were in contact with her. So they've traced her, and so far they've isolated them. So, that's the only thing to report from Hong Kong in terms of the virus.
Do you guys have any riots going on there, or do you need some help with that? We're pretty good at that.
No, it's funny. At least in the area that I live, and when I went to the city the other day, as I did mention to you, everything was okay.
All right.
I didn't see, though I did see your picture about the blue water, but that was ages ago. that's not there anymore.
I'm innocent man. I'm an innocent man. Okay, so hang on. Okay, listen. If you guys need some help on that, we offer courses. We have Protester 101. It's a course, and we have Riots 203. So you can take these courses in college, and you'll learn how to do it correctly. Since the people in Hong Kong are not the pros at it like we are, we're good.
If you know the right billionaires, they'll pay you to riot through.
Yeah, we'll even ship you the bricks.
And how to burn them down.
We ship bricks, no extra charge. We lay them all out so you can do what you need to do.
But you have to know the right.
And then you invite the television cameras over. Come on, guys. Come on, cameras. So you can film it like that. We're good at this.
It's not funny.
Yeah.
But here's the reality of it. I have people from all over the world contact me about this now. It's the weirdest thing. I thought the pandemic would unite us, but the story of George has devastated people all over the world. And I'm talking about people from all over the world. And they're contacting me and asking me, is this true? Why do the American police kill people? And I go, and I'm trying to explain to them they're bad and good and everywhere. And, and they're like, is America really like this? And I go, yeah, you really don't want to come out here. And I'm like, you know what? This could really have been the only wall that Trump built, is that we are such a bad place to be. You don't want to come here.
Yeah, go to Australia.
We have the highest death rate to COVID. We have the highest infectious rates to COVID to any country in the world, even the poorest. And we know we have law enforcement that kill people. Yeah, don't come here. And that
is a tough place. That's
I had this one man say he really wanted to come here, and I go, no, you don't. You really, you won't. Your mindset of how great we are will not fit. Granted, we might be better than you in that we can eat and maybe have water and things like that. Maybe those things are better, but the things that you're seeking is not available. It's just
the average American works 9.2 hours a day. Okay, average.
An average American is that, Nick?
Half work more, half work less. So if
I work 12.
But really, if somebody does want to immigrate here, they really need to have a real lesson. First, they need to see a psychologist to explain that you need a little help here if you want to. Then they need a real person who tells them how this place really works. Then if they decide to do it, then at least they do it on their own accord. But see, a lot of people, you're sold the Hollywood myth. Oh yeah, and then the Hollywood other stuff, all this bad stuff. And then it's kind of a mixture of both. But let's get a report on India, the world's largest democracy. And Ankit has his 1.3 billion followers, which we don't have. You add the United States together with Australia and Hong Kong and a bunch of other countries, we still haven't got the population of India. So what's going on in the world's largest democracy?
Nick, average working hour for an Indian could be around 12 hours.
Oh, the average working the average worker in India is 12 hours? Okay, so
average. Average. Some people work for 1 hour as well, and some work for 20 hours. So it's if you just put it 12 hours.
You guys work half a day. That's okay. What happened to the other half? Come on.
Sleeping, eating.
Okay.
They have they have good, valuable family time. They eat. They prepare the next day, just like all of us, right?
Good curry.
I just want to know what average American only works 9.5 hours a day. I'd like to talk to
average half work more, half work less. So there's some people.
Unless you're doing an average of those who don't work versus.
It's the nature of the beast here. It's a beast place. So what's going on in India with your coronavirus, Ankit?
So coronavirus is growing like anything. We have more cases than ever, and it's growing in metro cities, especially Delhi, Bombay, or Bangalore or Chennai, and things like that. And we have a lot of frontline COVID sports stars, or whatever you say. They have been COVID positive since a while. So things are not, I wouldn't say in good shape, but in control as per government people. But June and July would be the real hard months for us, right? Because it's summertime and in some places it's monsoon. And so what happened is that it's already like a spread in the community. And the more we are testing, the more results or the more people we are diagnosing. That is the situation. So now the strategy is to test less so that we don't have that number coming up, and that's how we can do it. But the best part is that a lot of doctors come up with the home quarantine or a home package where they can treat themselves at home on a telecall or things like that. And unless they have saturation oxygen, which is less than 92, they will get admitted to the hospital.
Yeah,
So,
there was a study that came out from the University of Sydney, for what it's worth, Willie Hill, that said if you're in a warm climate, that the thing is the coronavirus has a harder time spreading because of the humidity and the heat and all this other stuff. But you're in a cold climate like San Francisco, that's a whole different story. So we're going to go to the great Silicon Valley area. Jim, Eade, what's happening over in Silicon Valley?
Well, before I start to inform you about what's going on here, I wanted to say that I've been given to understand that if we didn't test, then we wouldn't have any cases. Isn't that correct? I mean, that's what I heard. But if we do test,
that's a good idea. So why don't we just stop testing? That'll stop it.
Yeah. Doesn't it make complete sense to everyone? I mean,
it does to some of the people in my family, not my immediate.
I used to live in Seattle. I mean, we don't fool around.
Just ground zero.
It'll go away.
But what we're doing here in the San Francisco Bay Area is relaxing some of the requirements that we were very strict. Governor Newsom of the state of California was very proactive about taking care of making us stay safe. And the San Mateo County, where I live in, San Francisco, there's Santa Cruz, everybody was very conscientious. And we even had some curfews with the protests, but we've relaxed everything. But people are being safe and they're taking care of themselves and the people they interact with. And we're still sheltering in place, but a lot of our panic has diminished. So no one is running out and buying a lot of toilet paper for no reason. And
they started that in Australia, mate. That's where I first heard about it. Seriously, months before this happened, we were doing our and you can see it. It's recorded way back there. We had a report from Australia, and this is before the U.S. even had a lot of it. And I said, "So what's going on over there?" And Willie goes, "They're buying all the toilet paper." And I was going, "You got to be kidding me! No one's going to do that here." And then they made a run on toilet paper here. I was going like, "It's incredible." Somehow it spread from Australia to the U.S. The toilet paper run. It's
it didn't happen in France because they have bidets. So.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm a little bit. We're still trying to stock up and catch up with the paper products. Right, our paper aisles in this area are still really low and limited. But one of the things that bothered me was peach jam is gone. Like all the peach jam and all the stores I've been to, because finally I put on my mask and I put on my suit and I started going to all the stores because I'm like, it can't be gone from all the stores.
Oh, Pearl Jam's gone, so why not peach jam?
Pearl Jam, peach jam.
Oh.
I can't believe all the peach.
I know it's bad.
They've got apple, they've got strawberry, they've got grape, they got all the jams, but peach. I'm wondering, was there something with peach and COVID?
Yeah. Kimberly, that sounds like a first world problem to me.
It is a first world problem.
I know.
In India, they're going, but there's no peach jam. What is this about India? No peach jam.
But I'm just wondering why peach. That's it. That's just my curiosity, right? I'm looking along and I just see one empty row in every store, and I'm like, did they pull it? I mean, was it full of COVID? I don't know. I'm curious, but you're right. It is a first world problem. But I'm just curious why that jam. I see these little things like this, and I have to ask myself why just that. And but there's so many other things now that I think we can focus on and move forward on. But I think that they need to be doing more research on COVID. I personally think transparency of the research looks nice, like not just the autopsies that Dr. Hansen have been giving us, but I wish they would show us under the petri dish, like film the microscopes of what they're doing. I would love to see it.
No, they don't want you to know. There's a lot of things they don't want you to know. So, shh, quiet.
You think we're panicking now? If we knew,
You're right, Jim. Listen, if they don't find a treatment toward the end of 2020, this is going to be a disaster beyond biblical proportions. But good news, it looks like they're progressing for various different treatments. So we'll see. The other thing is there should be an explosion of cases here in the U.S. very shortly, but then we also have the weather factor, so the weather may mitigate it. It puts everything in a question mark. What's going to be happening in the?
Well, what I'm afraid of, Nick, is that if the heat comes and the humidity comes and we start to relax, and then when it starts to get cooler again, there might be a second wave, and we'll be just fat, dumb, and happy, going around like nothing's a problem, and we're over it, and then we'll be set up for failure.
Yeah, well, there also may be what we call acceptable mortality, which people don't understand. It's the old frog in the blender. Okay, no, of course you guys didn't take biology. How many here put frogs in blenders? Oh, in biology.
We dissected them. We didn't blend them.
You
dissected them. You didn't blend them.
I didn't know what I was doing. That's where I became a lawyer. I said, "Here's a frog. What are you supposed to do?
Here's a frog.
Stuck in the blender. Turn the blender."
Why did we blend them, Nick? Why did
it was horrible.
them? It's disgusting. Yeah, I thought it was disgusting dissecting them. We dissected worms.
We dissected them. That's
no
right.
No one here put it in a blender.
No, never put them in the blender.
Okay.
I'm not quite understanding the blender thing, but I've heard about it. But
I just heard about it. I've never heard of it before.
There's some things that are best left unheard.
Yes.
What does this look like to you guys? It looks like a photo of the COVID, don't it?
It's a plant.
It's a dragon fruit.
Dragon fruit, yes.
I took a picture of it, though, at the fruit bin going, that just looks too much like COVID to me.
No. There's a lot of things in nature like that.
I know. I see it everywhere now. Isn't that weird?
Exactly. That's right. Yeah.
How impactful a visual can be, right?
Yeah.
And actually, probably the first time ever I noticed a dragon fruit, right? I probably walked by it many times and didn't pay attention, and all of a sudden, I'm like, that looks like COVID.
Everything does now. My iPhone looks like COVID.
Just everything looks like a COVID disease, right?
Actually, you're right, it does. It's orange like COVID. Yuck.
But one of the things that's been disturbing me is that I went into the fresh fruit and produce section, and the prices of everything, usually in the summer, they kind of go down a little bit. But the prices have gone up. A little bitty box of blueberries is $5.
Wow.
Okay. A little teenier, tinier, because raspberries and blackberries come in a thin box.
Yep.
Is $5.
Wow.
And this is not how we build our immunity, but they're making it, and this fruits and vegetables will probably rot on the shelf, because as we know, those are the kind of fruits and vegetables. Well, blueberries don't deteriorate as fast as the others. It's one of the slower ones. But the strawberries will rot in days. All of them will rot in days. But people are not eating them because they can't afford them. And we need to reverse this. If we want to build the immunity so that we can survive this virus, we need those fruits and vegetables to be digested in us, not rotting on the bins. And how do we change that? Anyone have any suggestions?
I would say that the government could invest and subsidize fruits and vegetables instead of fossil fuels. That's the first thing that they should do.
Oh, way to go, Jim. I like it. I like it.
The capitalist is coming out of me.
Government intervention is wrong.
Government intervention.
You know that.
The
free economy, Jim. The free economy.
Yes, we're all free.
Adam Smith is alive today. today.
I'm gonna get a vaccine for Nick.
Adam Smith is misunderstood. You do not pursue your self-interest. You
No.
enlightened
No,
self-interest.
you missed all the good movies. Greed is the root of all good. It's in the
Greed is
Bible.
good. Yes.
Greed,
yes.
no. Greed is the root of all good. It is in the Bible. Read the Bible. Greed is the root of all good. So anyway, as soon as you learn, right? So
The Grinch who stole freedom.
freedom is slavery. I mean, you got ignorance is strength.
Oh, George Orwell.
Oh, George, that was 1984. No, it's today. Big Brother is watching you. Go outside right now in San Francisco. All the eyes of Elon Musk are on you.
My internet
They
connection is
are.
failing.
Everywhere you go in San Francisco, Elon Musk is looking at you because he wants to know what you're doing. It's true. It's true. Even his little car
And you know, everybody wants to blame Bill Gates for this. Everyone thinks it's Bill Gates' fault.
It's so ridiculous. He was warning us of this.
eyes on them. Look at them. The Teslas have eyes, and they look at you.
I drive a Tesla.
You know that? Yeah. I want Teslas.
Everybody drives a Tesla around here. I mean,
I know.
They're
Yeah.
bad.
Not in North Carolina,
Operated from a Prius.
dealers are not allowed in North Carolina.
No, Teslas are banned. They're banned.
Yeah, they're banned from, they are. People think I'm joking, but the dealerships are banned here. You can own a Tesla, but the dealerships are banned.
Not allowed to have
Ah.
a dealership.
I see. But the Teslas talk to each other.
I know.
And we download from the internet. We all download at the same time.
Looks like I want the bots on our chat bots to talk to each other. We have chat bots on our website. And I
Yeah.
want my chat bot to go out and knock on the door of other chat bots and go, "Hi, I'm chat bot from IBM TV. Who are you?" And then this one goes, "Hi, I'm chat bot from Just for Life. Who are you? Hi, can we work together?"
We have one on our website right now, that COVID-19 chat box.
We have lots of bots.
Can we kill that bot? Can we give it a vaccine?
Yeah, really. That would be nice.
It's very annoying. So my vote is to kill the COVID-19 bot. It's just annoying.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it just really is. But anyway, that's my thought.
Just a little piece of coding. That's all you need.
Yeah, it's a little coding. But
Reboot it.
chases you. It's worse than Elon Musk. I mean, Lord.
Where's Elon Musk?
You gotta have these things, the information, right? Education is elimination. That's an interesting movie. I know we're gonna get copyright banned right now just because I said that. One of my favorite movies.
Nick will sue you.
Foxy Town.
My favorite
And
friend.
the owl goes, education is elimination. and that's the
Southern accent
problem.
helps.
They don't want us to be educated, right?
I agree.
Because if we were educated, then they would be eliminated. That's the vaccine.
Yeah, well, we're really not. I mean, the thing is, there's no instruction manual. Like, my wife is sick. What am I supposed to do? Just get it too? I mean, there was no instruction manual that came with it. I mean, it just really is pretty bad. And we spent $1.7 trillion a year for this. Not billion, trillion in the United States. We spend more money than any other country on our healthcare system. And it's, frankly, third rate. Are our doctors at the top end really good? Sure.
Well, Nick, all you have to do is Google it.
Oh, Google it. Yeah,
Yeah.
Google your health.
Google my health. I'll take care of it.
Hey, Alexa might know. Ask Alexa.
Alexa's having problems connecting to the internet right now.
It's disconnected.
I'm not kidding. I'm not.
You could ask it the wrong question and then your phone doesn't work anymore.
Oh, Alexa, are you having a problem with the internet? Alexa.
I can't connect to your Wi-Fi network.
Aw. She said,
You're so.
He asked the wrong
How
question.
was he? So
I
Nick,
can't
how was
connect to the Wi-Fi.
I moved my office, so I got to figure out how to connect her to the internet, which I'm not really sure because it's a box. I can't type anything in. What are you supposed to do when you got a box? Am I supposed
You might reset if there's a reset button on it somewhere.
You could be a senior system programmer. Turn it on and back up. Oh, turn it off and back on.
Well, he did turn it off. He carries her in his briefcase.
If you have an Alexa app,
briefcase, and he carries her everywhere he goes.
You need to reset the internet on Alexa app.
Okay, be quiet.
You can find
Be
several
quiet.
instructions in the help section of your Alexa app.
Okay, gotcha. So then,
So
then I have to go through the health.
This is
So-
technology medical advice.
It's
He's
what?
telling her to be quiet. He's going to have to figure. She'll have to connect to the new Wi-Fi eventually.
New Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but how do I do
You
it?
need to do it with an
I
app.
can't type anything in.
She's
Download the Alexa app, Nick. You need to download the Alexa app and do it.
download
the Alexa app on my computer,
Yes.
and does
on your
somehow
phone.
the computer magically talk
On
to
your
me?
iPhone. On your iPhone, and
Or do it on your iPhone.
And then what I do? Okay, so I download this on my iPhone, and then what? Does it talk?
Bluetooth
Then,
connects to
then
Alexa.
to Bluetooth, it will connect to Alexa.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Google it, Nick.
That is
Just
really
Google
weird.
it.
And also, Nick, it's time to use Siri because you have been using Alexa, so Apple is
Kimberly?
afraid. And
I know.
So Alexa. Wait a minute. I thought Alexa was Amazon.
But I got
Amazon.
Quiet,
Try to use Siri.
But
Quiet.
you're right.
Alexa, stop.
Your Alexa app.
I can't get her to stop. Okay.
One of the things is I should just wear this, right?
Okay.
But
Alexa should wear that. Okay. So the thing is, this is an iPhone. This is Apple. Alexa is Amazon, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they talk to each other.
I can't.
They talk to each other using an app.
Okay.
You can find
Alexa.
It's a protocol converter.
Okay, Nick, one thing. Nick, Obama is from Democratic Party and Trump is from Republic, but do you think they talk?
No,
no.
don't never. Are
They
you
talk
kidding
on
me? They
Twitter.
hate each other.
They talk on Twitter.
No. The thing is, this election's going to be brutal this year. We're going to have a report on it, I think, after Labor Day, because that's all they're going to talk about here. Who's going to win? Who's going to
Yeah.
win? You know, and at first I go, I'm so apathetic. It doesn't make a difference. It does make a difference, you know, because apparently the executive branch has a lot of uniform power.
So
Well,
I'll,
under this Attorney General.
I'll show
Well,
you
not
something
just-
that's
not
interesting.
just
That you
people,
guys,
cabinet members, but making these executive decisions. In other words, unilateral trade agreements.
here we go. Check this out.
Incredible.
You remember this?
Yeah, I remember.
Trump were friends, right?
Yeah.
So the Clintons and the Trumps used to be really close, good friends, supporting each other, going to the same foundation parties.
Yeah.
Trump probably supported Clinton in his climb to presidency. And then what happened? And then what happened?
Trump was friends with Epstein too.
Yeah, and then they became enemies because they ran against each other for presidency. So I mean, look at
be
this. You
careful
could not have
not to
gotten-
shut us down.
you could have never found a happier couple group, right? Look at that.
Hey,
Yeah,
you know what we should do is we should talk about Australian politics. Okay.
There you go.
First thing on Australian politics, which no one really cares about except Willie A Hill. Name the president, or do they even have one, prime minister, or whatever they are,
Prime Minister.
in Australia.
I'm
Jim,
gonna
name him. Quiet. Don't say a word.
Can't do it.
I
Can't
want
do it.
Jim Eade, a chess master, international FIDE chess master, bright guy from San Francisco, to name who the head prime minister or president of Australia is. And who is it, Jim?
I'll tell you in just a second.
Quiet. Okay. Rakesh in Hong Kong. Who is the big leader in Australia?
Scott Morrison.
Is
Scott
it?
Morrison. Yeah.
You're no fun. I should have gone to Andrew.
Don't ever ask me that question. I'm gonna have to Google it because
I do know one thing about Australian politics. You were able to ban guns.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
And-
how they did that because the Aussies are wild, man.
Yeah, and it's any country you would think could not do it.
The last one. Plus, they have that outback,
Australia.
all these
Well,
weird.
Yeah,
India
they did it.
had a virtual conference with Australia's PM a couple of days back, and they discuss about COVID, China, and a lot of other things. And they're trying to create a partnership within Indian and Australian oceans, basically, so that they can do something to ban China. Because China, firstly, they have dictated Australia, and then they try to dictate India. And India is not ready to, drop down, basically.
Well, that's because they have 1.3 billion people. They can do anything they want. But speaking of which, and Ankit, with your 1.3 billion people, do you guys all have guns? Does everybody in the country hold guns?
Yes, you do.
No,
No.
no. Guns is only for those who are like mafias or maybe who are like criminals or things like that. But I mean, not it's not available everywhere. But nowadays, because of the civil crashes and things like that, you might have people flowing around from here and there. But it's not that usually available kind of a thing. Basically.
So if I go to India, I don't get to see shootouts in the street or anything interesting like we do here.
No. But they have shooting ranges. They go learn.
You might have seen people, fighting for something, or maybe a cup of coffee or a water or things like that, or at a traffic signal that who wants to come first and second.
You're telling me there's an opportunity for an American to go over there and open up a gun store and start selling like crazy, right?
We are busy with a lot of other things. Basically, we are busy with the rich and poor game. We are busy with the middle class family. We are busy with the religious games, Bollywood, cricket, and all those things. We don't have time for guns and all.
No, they're too busy trying to figure out how to fix.
Okay. I got another question. I don't know what goes on in that 1.3 billion people. Do you guys watch NASCAR? Cars run around in a circle.
I never understood it.
We have so many cars. We don't have time to watch it because whenever I go from one place to the other, it took me around 2 hours, and I think I've covered almost like thousands of cars. While crossing from
you guys don't turn into and watch cars run around in a circle called NASCAR. Okay,
we watch sometimes F1. Formula One cars. That's it. But not like this.
Okay, let's go to Australia. You guys are no fun over there in India, obviously. Let's go to Australia. Mate, do you watch cars run around in a circle, called NASCAR?
I've heard of it, but it's not really big here. The only one that's big is Formula One.
Okay, Formula One.
But that's more.
Now, when I skip San Francisco, that's the land of fruit nuts, and they don't do anything over there in San Francisco. We already know that. We'll go to Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, do you guys watch NASCAR and cars going around in a circle in Hong Kong?
No.
It goes empty.
Okay, then. You guys are no fun, so we're gonna help you out a little bit. Do you guys have guns over there? Does everybody walk around with AK-47s and big shotguns?
No.
No?
No.
Why not?
It's called open carry.
Open carry, yeah, there you go. Over in Hong Kong. You guys
in Hong Kong, it's only the police with the guns, nobody else.
Nobody else? Okay, you guys, you want to make some riots really exciting over there next time Mainland says something? Have a bunch of people. We'll ship you a ton of AK-47s and everybody walking around with them. That scares the jeepers out of anybody. It's over. It's over. Like I said,
And Nick, you only have to drive north a little ways to find a race car.
Then they got plenty of
Sonoma County. Yeah, it's madness.
Yeah, but San Francisco's a whole different world.
Yeah, nothing around here, but it just drive in any direction, you'll find one.
It should be the country of Silicon Valley and just succeed from the United States. You guys have nothing to do with the U.S. Every time
I've been preaching secession for a long time.
I know. I give my passport in, passport out, and said these people are totally different.
Yeah.
And that would be perfectly okay with me and probably the rest of the country. So you just
feed a lot of the country that hates us. We're producing a lot of the agriculture in the country, and everybody hates us.
That's northern California. That's north. That's in Sonoma Valley, Bakersfield.
Yeah, but it's the valley. You just go, and it's a different state. Once you go 100 miles in any direction, you'll be in a different world.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, like I said, the place is wholly weird. So in the South, I'll tell you something about the South. We're all the same. Okay, from Texas all the way to Louisiana to the end of the North Carolina, everybody in the South are the same. You go to California, they're all different. Northern California doesn't get along with Southern California.
Not at all.
People in the Bakersfield don't get along with anybody, and the people at the North End, they all burn fires there, and they all burn their houses down unwittingly. So it's just
Burning Man.
Yeah, they have Burning Man, and they have burning cities. Apparently, Paradise burnt to the ground. Things like that happen over there. So
almond orchards for miles, and it depends on where. When you talk about California, you have to be more specific.
Yeah, it's where in California. Well, Australia's the same way. Like he's in Melbourne, which is a cultured city.
Yeah.
And Sydney is a big city. And then they have this thing called the
Outback.
And you hear about the Outback, but you don't really get the full experience until you fly over half of it for 3.5 hours and see nothing. It looks like Mars. You know what I mean? The whole place is nothing except kangaroos. Okay, they got a lot of kangaroos running around. Bump, 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 bump. And then they have these Western taipans. And I asked, what's Western taipan? Well, that's a snake. This is what the rangers told me. I said, well, what type of snake is it? Oh, deadliest snake in the world. I said, are you kidding me? I've never even heard of it. Yeah, it bites you and you're dead in about a minute. I said, really? We're in Uluru. What happens if somebody dies? I mean, gets bit. Oh, we just stand around and watch them die. That's what the Aussies told me. I was going like, okay, don't get bit by a snake. And then they have this jellyfish, which Willie knows about, the box jellyfish. It slaps you and it basically kills your leg. I mean, if you get hit with one of these things, it's like an atomic bomb. And they have they have like 2,000 creatures over there that don't exist anywhere in the world. It's called.
Don't get started on the spiders.
Oh yeah. That is okay. If you want to go to a real foreign country, forget all these other countries, forget India, forget Hong Kong, real foreign country with real foreign things. You go to Australia, mate. That place is big time weird.
It's poisonous.
It is just amazing. It's a world unto itself. That's when they call it down under.
Well, I just found out that the police are kind of fighting back right now, and I just got a report yesterday about the police that tore up the medic station at the protest. And they were not, this was, again, we decided not to share a protesting time with rioting time. Rioting and looters are terrorists and criminalists. So protesters have decided to shift their time to daytime. So they had a medic center set up, just like you would if you've got any kind of thing. And police came in and destroyed the medic center.
Which city?
In Asheville.
In Asheville, like Asheville, North Carolina.
Yeah, and I made sure that there was a fact check done on it before I looked at it, and the mayor's very upset because the police came in and threw their weight on people who were calm, quiet, not doing anything, just sitting there as a medic center, right? People who were supplying water, hydration, and food and fruit. It was food and fruit and water. And they came in and they stabbed every water bottle and destroyed every water bottle. And they destroyed all the fruit, threw it all around. And they took the people out of the medic center and manhandled them, leaving bruises on them. But they weren't arguing. They weren't fighting. They were just sitting there as a medic center.
Are they real police or somebody just wearing a police uniform?
It was the real police. This is very scary. This is what I'm telling everyone. Don't even go out to protest right now.
That was a very good question, though.
I thought the same thing. That's why I had to do a fact check on this because, I thought it was fake police dressed up in suits. But because you never know what people are filming nowadays. But the mayor is addressing it right now. This is very disturbing to me because the police should not be behaving this way, right? Regardless, the police should not have taken this disruptive of an action.
And they shouldn't be being egged on.
Well, they're not being egged on. They're here and they walked into the medic center for
hours. I mean, egged on by our president.
No, they shouldn't. But look, they destroyed everything. This was the medic center in Asheville. You got to know Asheville, North Carolina is a small mountain city. Very peaceful, quiet. They probably smoke too much dope. But, and I'm not putting them down for that. They're just a very peaceful, quiet community up there. And the odds are the protest was very, very quiet, not doing anything. And the police were probably frustrated. They didn't have anything to do. I don't know. But they came in armed, right? They're armed with shields and guns and sticks. And they took the medics and they tore down their medic center and they destroyed every water bottle. They destroyed everything.
But Kimberly, I'm saying that they're being egged on from the top of our country. They're saying they're being told to liberate their states. They're being told to storm their state capitals. They're being told to, if this looting starts, the shooting starts. And so they're being told all of this information, so they feel empowered to behave this way.
To be
There's
They're
two
gonna come back up.
sides to every story. Two
What?
sides. Two sides to every story. By the way, this
That
is
sounds
one
reasonable.
side. This is one side. Looks like this actually took place 3 days ago, but it looks pretty bad again. But usually, what you want to do is hear the other side. Most judges
The
to do
police have
that.
said their,
Listen
the
to one
police have
side.
said their side. They said that they were destroying anything that could be thrown at them. The medic
that's what I'm
center
saying.
said
That's
that
what
they
I'm saying.
had
There's
permission to be there by the mayor.
There's
The
another-
office.
no-
The mayor
no-
had given them permission. The chief of
Yeah.
police had given them permission to be there. And the police
There's
came in
another
and
side.
said that
Okay, well, there's another side to this whole thing, because there are the protesters who are legitimate and the rioters who are not legitimate. But there's another side of the whole story. One side is our culture. We don't like to be told what to do. Okay, and that's a real problem, because the thing is, a lot of the problems that take place between police and the people is police are telling you what to do, and we as a people don't like to be told what to do. Think about it, okay? And it goes on for a long time. Another problem that we have is we do not have a lot of integration with the police and society. They're like totally different than us. It's just like working for the government. If you hate the government, go work for them. If you hate corporations, buy their stock, and then you'll see what it is to be on the other side. If you don't like police, spend some time with them.
go do a day. Yeah, go do a day in office.
In other words, my suggestion is everybody has to spend a week riding around in a cop car with the police. 1 week. When you're a student, in other words, when you're young and impressionable. Because here's the thing: think about their job. It's got to be one. It's on my list of one of the jobs I will not do. Okay,
I will not.
most of it you got to break up domestic violence. How fun is that?
Worse.
Okay. The other thing is you've got to come into a situation where somebody's screaming, yelling. The other thing is you got to come into a bad situation. You're constantly being bombarded with basically trash. Okay. And so the thing is, and not in a sterile environment. As a lawyer, I get to work in a sterile environment. The trash is handcuffed by the time we, present cases, or both sides are in a sterile environment in court. But they don't get that opportunity. They're on the front lines dealing with a bunch of, frankly, trashy situations. So my suggestion, so the people understand how they operate, and yeah, they're bad apples, is that you have to go spend a week in school when you're part of your classroom curriculum to be with the bloody cops here, okay? And travel around with them, see what it's like. Then you can protest and say, hey, they're bad, they're horrible people, they're all this other stuff.
Well, Nick, I know that it's all fruits and nuts out here, but I live in a small cul-de-sac in a small town in Silicon Valley, and we've had policemen come over and mingle with us out on the street with the kids around them.
Right.
And so they try to build that kind of relationship. But most of the policemen can't afford to live in this community.
Right, exactly, yeah, right. But the thing is, I'm saying the thing is, people have to sit in the other person's shoes for a while. Now, does that mitigate what that moron did up in Minneapolis? And frankly, there's a systemic problem with the Minneapolis police force. This wasn't the first time this has happened. The other time was actually a black cop killing a white lady in 2018. And he was scared for his life because she came running over to him and she pulled out the gun. They shot him and killed her. Okay, and it was like it hit the press in 2018.
Australian.
Huh?
Yep, she was Australian.
She was Australian.
Okay, but wait a minute. This is okay. So we have 2 major incidents in Minneapolis in the last 2 years, right? This is not good for the training of the police cops and how they're choosing police cops. I mean, up in Minneapolis. So it's not like I'm not mitigating the problem that existed in the Minneapolis Police Department and possibly a lot of the other departments.
Nick, what I'm hearing you saying is that you do have to look at both sides of this, and you can't have these knee-jerk reactions. The cops are bad, or the protesters
You
are
have
bad.
to look at both.
Yeah, right. Protesters bad.
It's more complicated than that. Any simplistic knee-jerk reaction is by definition false. You've got to look at the specifics of the situation. It's always more complicated than the simple idea.
Absolutely correct. In other words, you do have to spend time. You got to look at the overall situation, and you have to look at both parties. In other words, it's very important to say, okay, if you were in that person's position, what would you do? Now, it's not, like I say, I'm not mitigating what that person did, but police in general, what they do is, and it's on my list of jobs I will not do. The other one is be an airline pilot. Yeah, I just don't have the nerves for it. I love to fly. I love airplanes. Don't get me wrong. Great things, but I don't have the nerves for that. Okay. And police officers, think about what they do every day. You know, it's
I do. That's job. One of the reasons why I invented the tool I did to help support.
The tool that you invented should have been implemented a decade ago. Okay, and what she invented and has a patent on, which is quite simple process, is a restraining order by using a cuff, basically. So the thing is, when a judge issues a restraining order, there's a warning signal between this person and the other person that the person's violating the restraining order. Okay,
that's a great idea.
Duh.
I don't have to tell you that. I don't have to tell you that, obviously.
Jim, here's what I'm telling you.
On parole, right too.
Remember, our court system is not caught up to technology. Our court system today, okay, if you go in and you get a, quote, restraining order against a person, all it is this piece of paper a judge issues. This is it. I ain't going to stop a crook. I ain't going to stop somebody. It's ridiculous. Okay, and we have the technology. What is he doing?
That's the wristband. That's the wristband.
Oh, that's the wristband.
This is the tool,
right?
Yeah, this is the tool we're working on, and this is like this basically. And we just have to wrap it up, and it will track everything, whatever you want.
Right. Well, and the thing is it tracks it based according to thresholds that you establish. So it's all. So it only generates alerts based on the thresholds, and we generated. Tiered thresholds, right? So that you don't get false alerts, because you're always, if you live in the same area, but it's not just intended for, the patent is so broad that it doesn't just work for the multi-tiered tracking for domestic orders, but it can do parolees, it could do problem children, sex offenders, anyone, right? You can program anything. We can program distance of places, distance to cars, distance to people.
Why hasn't this been done 10 years ago?
Well, the thing is that we just got the technology working in 2017. We had it working. We were demoing it. And the project got the plug pulled on it for various reasons. And, it's a lot of money just to engineer the one tracking device is $650,000 engineering fees at the factory. So I have to have a $650,000 check to give the factory to engineer what they call the engineering design for that. And then you have to write up the parts that go into that, right?
I understand.
You have to do a bill of material. And that bill of material, to get an engineer to write that bill of material, costs money. So none of these things just happen out of this. And everybody said, well, why don't you use just a regular Apple Watch? Well, because it won't work. Right, people can hack those. So we had what we called hack resistant technology, but it had to be proprietary, not something that already existed. But we used existing technology to show proof of concept.
Did you pitch it to Silicon Valley's venture capitalists?
Yes, I've pitched it everywhere.
Yeah, but you probably have to go back to Silicon Valley and pitch it again to those people, because that's a
great idea.
Advice. That's what I told her when I first met her a couple of years ago. I said, that's better an idea than I had, which is true.
I don't think they thought that the patent would go through, that it would fade away and somebody else would take it and run with it. And I've had 2 engineers try to steal the idea, and they took the software code and held it hostage. So there's several things that go wrong in greed, right? Yeah. But I haven't given up. We're going to make it happen.
Good for you.
How's Canada?
Sasha, how's Canada?
How do you like the mother of all haircuts?
Awesome. Hire that guy.
I don't have to worry about it.
You can't even imagine. We were sitting at the backyard, wonderful weather, had a cognac and cigar, as the guy was doing the haircut. I never had any such experience at all. It's well worth $200.
Oh,
wow.
My goodness.
Wow. It's
and
all
guess what? You know who paid for this haircut? General Electric.
Oh my God. Yeah, you're stuck. Yeah, you just. Hey, that's $200 Canadian.
Why people hate corporations? Explain. why people hate corporations. They're wonderful. They're paying dividends. They're paying for your haircuts and everything else. Why would
They're
you
paying
hate
for my
them?
Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla is even better. Yeah.
Wow.
You know, General Electric, it's a poor man's Tesla.
Man,
That's all I could afford.
But just to be clear, that $200 haircut, that's Canadian dollars.
Canadian.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct. Yeah.
So it's pretty fascinating, right? But I'm glad the experience went well. It looked awesome. So very nice. Ready for your show tomorrow, Sasha?
Yeah, tomorrow we'll have a great day. And everything is getting head to head on 13th of June. That's going to be a big day.
Oh, who's on tomorrow, Sasha?
Oh, tomorrow is Grandmaster Mikhail Marin from Romania and his wife Maria, who's a fantastic painter and artist. Sure, I'll talk to him about playing a few Blitz games.
Well, there we go.
Yeah,
I'll hear him.
I'm surprised. His story is very resilient, and he wrote wonderful books and keeps writing. That's what really makes it interesting. They're so well written and.
Well, if you're a chess author and you write a lot of books, you become a very wealthy person, like Jim is over there writing chess for dummies.
It's not my royalty statements that got me my Tesla.
It's the royalty statements that got you your Tesla.
No, it's the corporations investing in them that got me the Tesla.
Investing in what?
In corporations like GE. I didn't invest in GE. But it's the investing that has allowed me to buy the Tesla. It's not the royalty checks that I get from my books.
Okay. Do you invest in startups?
I have invested in startups, and none of them have hit. I've had a very poor track record with startups.
Oh, good. Okay, so you're like everybody else.
Well, I don't feel like I'm unique in that sense. But I do investments, and I've made myself comfortable. By doing that.
That's very important. Yeah.
And that is not. Pardon?
Did you take a training course in investments?
The Mechanics Institute Library was one block away from Charles Schwab, where I worked, and so I was working at Charles Schwab, so it was all about investments, all about trading, all about this kind of stuff. So I would walk over to the Mechanics Library, which nowadays you can get most of this information online, but in those days they had Value Line, Morningstar, all of these things that you could study and learn about the companies, their PE ratios, all of these things, which were not familiar to me when I started. But I trained myself.
Right. Yeah, a lot of investors, that's how you learn. You train yourself, because colleges do not provide really great educational resources on individial investing.
Well, even
or investing in general.
Schwab, he had to go train himself. You were working at probably one of the #1 investment firms in the world, not the, but one of them, and yet you still had to go train yourself. Nobody was there teaching you.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Phil Town and his #1 rule book? Phil Town.
No, I don't think I am.
Okay. He wrote a great book called The #1 Rule in Investing. You know what the #1 rule is?
No.
Don't lose money.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Well,
I have broken that rule.
I know that. And he makes a whole argument why the best thing you want to make sure whatever you do, you don't lose money, because if you lose money, it's hard to make it back. Okay, but if you
want to know how to get a small fortune, start with
a large one. Yeah, a small fortune on Wall Street, a large one.
Well, actually, when I'm teaching people about investing, I'm telling rule #1, #2, #3, it's a preservation of capital. That's all.
Preservation of capital. Don't lose money.
Preserve capital. When you're in a game, you may not win as much, but you're still there. Now, if you start to go crazy, but you know what? My first ever investment was in a highly risky penny stock on the Vancouver Stock Exchange.
The pink sheets.
Buy at 50 cents. Yeah. Actually, the company major shareholder was Duncan Sutherland, a grandmaster.
Yes. I know Duncan.
So that helps a
Yeah,
little.
Duncan Scuttles. Yeah, he was from Canada.
Yep.
Actually, he was born in the United States in
Really?
Seattle. And,
Okay.
yeah, but he moved to Canada. You are right.
He
Right.
made his name in Canada. Yes.
Yep.
He made his as Canadian Grandmaster. Yeah, and so I started to buy his stock at 50 cents, and then I told my brother-in-law about that, and of course he also bought at 50 cents. But then he sold it at 68, a little bit of profit minus commission and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And I, at 70 cents, I bought much more stocks. And then when it was $1.25, I invested everything what I had at the time. Not much, not a lot of money, but still 100% investment. Put all your eggs in one basket, of course.
No.
Penny stock of all.
No.
My broker told me, I will not allow you to buy this stock. It's horrible. What you're doing, it's a huge mistake. When stock hit $1.80, she put all her clients into that stock. How come you wouldn't touch the stock at 50 cents, but now you put everybody at $1.80? Well, at 50 cents, it was very risky, penny stock. Now at $1.80, proved that it can go much higher. And you know what? She was right. The stock reached in 5 months $4.70.
Wow.
And, everybody got a little bit of money. A good friend of mine, he resisted. He never touched the stock. So his wife told me, everybody is buying the stock. How come you don't buy the stock? You're an idiot. You're a loser. So finally at 420, stock hit 420, and he phoned me and asked me if it's still a good idea to buy at 420. And now I started to think about it, because I really didn't want him to lose any money. And I asked myself, would I buy more shares at 420? And I called my broker and says, buy me 2,000 more shares. Then I called him back and says, yes, it's a good idea. You can buy it for 420. Because I did.
That's insider trading.
Sorry?
Insider. But
Then stock, it was a market crash, so it went down to 330, stay around 250 to 3, for almost a year, and then it started to its historical slide down to where it was, 50 cents.
Wow.
And then guess what? That company was reorganized and became Grandmaster's Technology Inc. And Yasser Seirawan became major shareholder.
And that's when I invested in it.
Oh, you invested in that?
I did.
I was the director of the company.
You were in way earlier than I was, and I took a bath.
My price, I did quite big private placement at 30 cents. And it was, it went as high as $6.70, and very quickly, in a matter of 3-4 months. And I was director of the company for many years.
Oh.
Yeah, I resigned only when Yasser sold. Actually, Yasser sold some of his position. Duncan Suttles made much more money than Yasser.
Yes.
Yasser got a little bit married.
But see, I looked at that a long time ago, Alexander. But weren't they just doing like Chess magazine at that time? I mean, it was something like New in Chess. Inside Chess, yeah. And I was going, I didn't see the the big upside in what they were doing, but and the consolidation in the industry, because they had Chavosky and Formator was out there, and New in Chess was coming on board, and I was going like, okay, how long is this going? And magazines are really expensive to produce and distribute.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. So I saw that as a dog. So, and I usually don't feed the dog. Well, I have to only when I have to. You know what I mean? So, Jim, and you want to feed the dog? Go ahead. But
first of all that's happened 25 years ago.
True.
Internet and so on. The story was that the magazine, nobody cared about this Inside Chess.
Yeah.
But the idea was that Duncan Suttles, with his advisors and assistants, they will bring a huge amount of new internet games, and not only chess, but some other games and so on. But this is all garbage again. The major force behind the rising of the stock was somebody by the name David Stewart. He's not active now. But David Stewart, he had a great newsletter by the name Stewart Report. So the Stewart Report, actually, I made even much more money than this one. I made money on Zytel. Remember that story of a computer glitch of 2000 when the clock would be changed and all that stuff? Zytel went from $3 to $75 on NASDAQ. That was a huge story. And the stock was about $50. I started to sell calls, covered calls, of course. And I've made so much money on Zytel. It's not even funny. I wish there is a new Zytel. How can I make? So now I'm forced to buy garbage like General Electric. But Zytel, that's where really you make money.
You got in earlier than I did, Sasha, and you were much more involved and smarter. But I did it basically. I did it basically for Yasser. And that was the money that I put into it was discretionary. I didn't need it, and you know, he was such a great annotator. And before the age of the internet, he would put his impressions, his annotations, his explanations. Right out in the open and give us the information quickly. And so from a chess point of view, he was providing a great service. And I just wanted to support him. And it wasn't money that I needed to live on. And it wasn't money that it was discretionary money. And when I go to Las Vegas, it's discretionary money. I could afford to lose it.
Yeah. Right.
And this is the thing that you were looking at it.
It was a donation, Jim. Just admit it.
I will accept
donation. I mean, people donate to chess. Look at what Rex does every year. He donates millions of dollars to chess.
Yeah,
you know,
he does.
He's an unbelievable donor to the chess world up in St. Louis.
Yes, he's made St. Louis the mecca of chess.
Right.
And,
yeah.
It used to be New York, an oldie New York, and now it's
St. Louis. Yeah, you do know his business partner Booth, because they both started DFA together years ago, like in the 60s or something like that. He's been in business a long time. His business partner, listen to his donation, $400 million to the University of Chicago.
Wow.
Like no kidding. And now it's known as the Booth School of Management. It's been known that way for years. Chicago Booth, $400 million. That's a lot of money to donate. Okay.
For the University of Missouri, or I forget which, both Rex and Jeannie, his wife, they're donating big money to their respective colleges where they went to.
Right.
And I forget. It was
University of St. Louis, I think.
I might be blanking on which on which ones, but they're being very generous to the universities for the.
The University of Texas at Dallas. You've heard of that, right? Yeah. University of Texas, Dallas.
Right?
I was the chess chairman. I was the chess advisory of that committee.
Okay, since you're the chess advisory, you know who donated all the money to fund those scholarships to the foundation. It was the guy who founded Texas Instruments. He donated $50 million to the University of Texas at Dallas to create a perpetual chess scholarship fund. And I was going, that's incredible, But it's funny when people have a lot of money. It's not unusual. My law school, what do they call it? Guy I went to law school with, classmate. He donated $100 million to the University of Miami School of Medicine. $100 million. Now it's known as the Miller School of Medicine. His name's Stuart Miller. And I was because I watched it when the donation took place. I was going, Stuart donated $100 million.
You just dotted an I and crossed the T for me, because when I went to UT Dallas for the first time, I met with the provost and the president, and it was a slam dunk. I thought I was going to have to sell them on this chess thing, and they were just like, no problem, do it. And now I know why. Texas Instruments.
Well, I you see, the thing is that it was through a foundation. Foundations have to donate. What was it, like 5% per year has to go out every year. So you take they have what they have to send out every year. It's like $2.5 million they have to spend every year. Seriously, in order to force spending on chess. So they've got basically they have a huge budget at UT Dallas. And the other thing is it'll be self-perpetuating. It'll go on forever. They'll always be in the hunt. But Webster, from what I understand, what Webster did is they wanted to make a name for themselves. And you think about it, Webster's not on the map on anything.
Nobody knew about it, Webster.
I never heard of that university. But Susan Polgar says, hey, you want to be well known? Great.
Yeah.
The chess scholarships, and they funded it, and apparently they're very happy with it because Webster's anybody who's in the chess world in college knows about Webster University.
They're winning almost every championship.
Yeah, they win almost every championship.
For a while. University of Maryland at Baltimore, UT Dallas, and then Webster is now the king. And, you get knocked off every once in a while, but consistently. They're recruiting of grandmasters to the Webster
worldwide.
University. Yeah, worldwide. And, it didn't happen before because nobody had heard of Webster. But now Susan is there, and she has all these connections to these players, and she can get them into this school, and their expenses get paid. And so they're not out money, so they come here and they can play chess as well as get a college education.
Susan's been on our television show before. I don't know if you know that. Susan Polgar.
Yes, I've seen it. I was 3-4 years ago. I was in New York, and we were doing broadcast of one of these final championships, and Susan was there with her husband or boyfriend, Paul.
It's Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, and they had very strong team, and to make sure they won the championship. But we were staying in the same hotel. It was like a military camp of Susan and her players. They were going together for breakfast. Then they were staying together. They were studying and talking always together. Nobody was left out. Everybody had to stay together, and they won championship.
Right. Yeah. They've been. She runs a good ship. I mean, there's just no question about it, and very, very consistent. And Elliot was going to be more active in what we're doing, but he runs Chess for Life. Elliot Neff. I don't know if you know him, Jim. Okay.
I do.
And what happened was his Chess for Life just took a big hit with this COVID-19. I mean, because think about it. He had all these centers with all these people there, all these kids learning how to play.
He was doing a brilliant job.
I know he's doing a great job, but think about it. He had to lay off, I don't know, half of his staff, and he's spending all his time in cleanup mode because all of a sudden all the students are gone.
Yes,
and it's real tough.
The Mechanics Institute.
His revenue model was established off of the educational system. But he had other things too, but he knew right off the bat. He knew immediately that he was going to be shut down. He had just expanded too, just got a new office with brand new office, huge space, expanded in the employees. He had all of
his center was as big as St. Louis and Bellevue.
And it was starting in Florida too. I think he had a program going on in Florida.
It was in Broward County.
So all of he had Florida, LA, Minnesota. I think he did stuff in Minnesota, Chicago. I know Chicago, not Minnesota, but he was all over the country.
Yeah, he's a big deal.
And he even came here for some things, but his expansion was purely based for his revenue model was on the education system. And then he was building into the prison systems. He did a proof of concept with the prisons. But all of this came to a screeching halt because funding stops for curricular activities like that.
Right.
When something like this happens, that's the first to go. So he knew this. He quickly did what you should do. He pivoted hard, unfortunately, laid off or fired everybody.
You got to lay off employees. There's no choice, really. And get a PPP loan. A PPP loan, but see, your rent keeps going just because you lost your business. You still have to pay your rent, and that's a big problem with a lot of the companies out there. They go, okay, I have no employees, I have no business model, but my rent, my electricity, my phone bill, all those bills keep coming in, and there's no revenue to pay for it, and the economic
multiply that by millions, and that's what's going around in the country.
Downturn of the COVID-19 is just phenomenal. Now, I got a report today though that they said that the employment numbers weren't as bad as they thought they were in the United States. Or
Yeah,
at least
they got a little boost, the last report.
Yeah.
Actually, they were much better, supposedly, than anticipated.
Yeah, it's true. You know, but these things, you have to look at that kind of data with a broader picture. You
This
can't
just
focus
in,
on
it's
individual numbers.
13.3% unemployment as opposed to 20.
I don't trust the unemployment data because they only obtain it from the checks they write. So I don't believe a word they say because
There
they're
you go.
more unemployed than the checks they write. But that's the only way they say they can present that data. So I've never trusted it, but if that's what they say. But the way I learned about that was I was laid off a long time ago and I really entrenched myself into the process. But, you know, you got to start somewhere. This is what I tell people. You got to start with numbers somewhere, right? You got to have a baseline to start with. But to sit there and tell me that this is it, see, they don't need to do that. What they need to do is report it as we're reporting the data of the checks that we issue.
Right.
Not this is the unemployment rate. We're reporting the data of the checks that we've issued.
Or the people who are not looking for jobs, they don't count them.
Right.
But they're unemployed.
The people who are registered in our unemployment database looking for jobs are this many.
Right.
That's the way the data needs to be presented. And this is a conversation I've even had with doctors who said, we have all this data about the diseases that we're dealing with and everything, but it's not being presented properly. Right.
Right.
So I agree with Nick. You know, we got to start somewhere with a baseline of numbers. The unemployment rate is presented as being the lowest ever, but that's how the presidents manipulate that data. And I think it's wrong. It's wrong for the people who don't get a check and are being misrepresented. So
you know, I'm following the markets almost daily, and I'll tell you, the market, stock market, is becoming a very dangerous place now because it recovered very quickly, very fast, furiously. It's going up every day, 500 points or so. And although there is a sucker born every minute, that's true. But now we need them to be born every second because this stock is going so high. So you need so many suckers to buy all the stocks. Where do you find?
Well, there's also the scam artists are bigger than ever right now with scam startups, and I've got a person out there that's going to be a honeypot at this rate because everyone's contacting him. But there are people who are saying, "Oh, we're doing this project in LA, and here's the land project, here's the land number, and here's all this data, and we're going to start construction, and we've got all of this money raised here." And they're very like the detail is phenomenal, the presentations and everything. The whole project's fake. The whole project is fake. And they're taking money from innocent people who are maybe looking to invest what money they have left over from the stock into something to turn over. And the return on investment is like pretty interesting. It's not over exaggerated, but it looks very aggressive and friendly. So in other words, like we're going to build this project. It's going to be completed, and because it's backed by whatever, we know that we're going to get the money because it's, you know, so, and it looks so legit. It looks like, you know, it's in the city of LA. It does this, it does that. And I don't want to give it all away because I know people are listening to me that are part of some of this, but there are just so many scams out there that they're sending out presentations of startups that look real. And it just needs to be stopped. There are going to be people who invest in these things.
Well, this is a side effect of these types of situations. These pandemics cause fear, and certain people, the predators out there, take it as a sign of opportunity. Whether it's looting, whether it's faking it, the numbers in the stock market. When Sasha and I were investing in the market, it was a stable place, and the numbers, they could not lie. If they told lies to their investors, they got prosecuted. So we trusted the numbers that were presented to us, and we made decisions on investing based on those numbers. But they were accurate numbers, and if they weren't accurate, they got prosecuted. Now, there's nothing like that going on with these scam artists. There's nothing like that that's helping us stay safe in this current investing environment. So I have no idea what's going on now in the market. Maybe Sasha can educate me, but I am just afraid of it. But I don't know where else to
I
put my
agree
money.
with you because I think that first off, you got to get caught. And how many people are giving the information, right? So the odds of getting caught are going to be very small, and it's going to generally they go after people they just want to go after, right? They use the law, and I learned this when I owned a phone company because they had certain laws in place. Listen to this: there is a law written that you cannot cuss on the telephone. It's against the law. It's a federal offense. Serve 5 years.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Do you think they go after everybody who cusses on the phone? Now they can hear every word we say. They always have been able to hear every word we say. If you think bots are good now at catching things, you should have seen what we were able to do. So, so if you curse on the phone or threaten somebody, I'm going to kick your butt next time I see you. That's a federal offense. You could get up to 5 to 10 years. Okay. And when do you think they use that? When they want to.
Yes, there you go.
If you use the F word, the F bomb, which people probably do every day, if you use the F word over the phone, that's a federal offense.
Well, guess
That's
what?
true.
About 10
That
years
is a
ago,
federal offense. You
That's
can
true.
tell. Sexting is a federal offense. Huge federal offense. Do you know the only people, unfortunately, that got busted for it were children who were sexting each other, and they got in trouble for child porn. So they got a worse crime held against them. And the way I found out about all of this is I go to a special police meeting every quarter here in North Carolina, right? Of all law enforcement gets together to talk about all the major and sexting. They would go after all of these kids. That's who they were arresting, and these kids would get nailed with child pornography because they were children sexting children. And so they would have child pornography on their record. 18-year-olds sexting 18-year-olds would get child pornography. So, yeah,
Crazy.
18-year-olds.
You know, I don't think we're over-regulated. I think we're insanely regulated.
Well, no, we're not fairly regulated.
Yes.
There's a difference. And this is something that Nick and I talked about, that there should be a fair procedural. There is a fair procedural and law act, but we don't use it. Okay. We only use it when they want to. So like that situation with Brett Favre, right? That got out of hand where he was sexting. A lot of people don't know that he could have gone to prison for that. That was a federal offense. And he probably found out about it when they arrested him, and they decided to make him an example. And all it did was just make things worse, right? But whenever they wanted to arrest somebody in a, like in crime, like that did a lot of a gangster kind of crime, they would come to the phone companies and they go, we want to want to get this person cursing on the phone.
Oh my goodness. Like getting Al Capone for tax evasion.
Right. It was the same thing. It was exactly the same thing. So you could go look, and we want to get him using the F-bomb because it was illegal to use the F-bomb. It's illegal to use it across TV networks, but people do it every day. They only use the law when they want to. They only use it when they want to.
And who's they?
The government.
There you go.
The government. So those laws, this is what I tell people. I learned through watching and being told what to do with the government and how they were using the law. I learned from pure experience. You never had privacy. So get over it. I get so angry at people. It's just like, get over your privacy thing, please. Let us move forward and do some good things, but get over that. And they only use the government, the law enforcement. They only use these laws and enforce them when they want to.
I've listened to very interesting Senate hearing yesterday. When all this fighting and looting and all these horrible things happening on the streets of almost every American city, Senate had nothing better to do as to hold a hearing of his name Rosen.
Oh yeah. The former Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General.
Exactly, Assistant of Attorney General. What they're trying to do, they're trying to overturn all the basis for Trump investigation and specifically Mueller's report and make it unlawful. So therefore, the Trump will be completely exonerated and like nothing ever happened. Then they will try to overturn impeachment because impeachment now based also on some Russian, Ukrainian, and other stuff, and so on and on. So this way, they believe that they will. You see, Trump had a lot of consultations with Putin lately, and Putin advised him to, if he will not sure that he will win election, just to go arrest the House of Representatives, put them all in jail, put them on trial, and this way there will be no government and you will stay. Because the only danger for Trump, if there will be no election, then Pelosi, automatically Speaker of the House at the beginning of February, she will become a president of the United States. But if she is in jail, she cannot become president of the United States. So therefore, there will be no choices to continue on for 4 years with Trump. So this is now what's going on, and you have to be really aware of it.
And Putin doesn't have to do it through the justice system. He doesn't have to take him to court. He can just do that. So Trump has a little harder time doing that because he's got to press his case in court. Putin doesn't have that worry.
People don't know this. There are so many lawsuits right now out there, and there were a lot of hearings yesterday that went through and everyone's going, while we were distracted over here, guess what happened over here, right?
Yeah.
And there's the Obama gate, there's the Hillary Clinton
no such thing. Yeah.
Right. All of these things happened yesterday. But here's what I got to ask. Why are we not being smart with our law enforcement? We know that the looters and rioters are nothing more than terrorists and criminals. But instead of putting all of our police on the street to push back against a storm of people, of protesters mixed with these bad people, and we know that these bad people are breaking into the stores and business buildings and destroying them. Why aren't we just putting officers with cameras in the stores? And they have to have a lot of cameras in case one goes down. And when people come into the store to loot and put on fire, they just shoot them. I'm sorry, but make an example of this. Don't come into the stores and blow them up and burn them down and destroy them. One Asian man lost over $350,000 of his investment of his store because the rioters came in. Now, why did that happen? He even went and stood in the store to try to stop them, but he couldn't do it anymore because they would have killed him. The rioters, those weren't protesters, those were rioters. But why are we not instead of making the officers stand out here, just put them in the stores or allow the owners to shoot, but that could get dangerous. They might end up killing people they wanted to kill anyway. But my thing is that we're shooting a lot of innocent people on the street. Why not put them in the stores? And when people violate and try to burn down the store or burn down buildings, you shoot those people. I mean, it's just
Kimberly,
I ask you something. Have you heard about the restaurant in San Diego by the name Pushkin Russia?
No, I have not.
No. Okay, that's the only place in San Diego which not only was not looted, it hasn't been even touched by anybody. Why?
I wonder why.
Because the owner of the restaurant and 5 of his employees, they were all standing outside with the huge rifles and ammunition, and so as they were saying, come on, come here, closer, so I could shoot you. Nobody touched it. Actually, people ran away from that place.
Yeah, but that's the Wild West. Why don't they spray them with blue paint?
Even better thing happened in Florida. In Florida, on Sunny Isles, there are a lot of Russians and Russian businesses. They all did the same thing. They had a heavy ammunition. They were staying there and saying, come on, come here. Help us. We would like to deal with you. Nobody touched no one place. There were people actually ran away from this place.
I think you're right. I even told protesters instead of protesting now, join hands
Yes.
around the place. And when rioters come through, you threaten to hurt them. You threaten to give, and but join hands. We need to join hands so that they see we're not throwing rocks, we're not damaging things. We need to make a link around the buildings and protect them. And we tell these rioters they're terrorists. They're nothing but terrorists.
Now, I was listening to a Russian talk show. Of course,
I like
you know
that
that
show.
Russians, they, all of them, starting from Putin and the poorest people there, they all want Trump to remain president for another 4 years because he's friend of Putin, he's friend of Russia, and so there is another country. It's North Korea also. They're big fans of Trump, but that's only 2 countries in the world. That's it. So Russia now has a new theory that apparently people who are paying these looters are big financial democratic institutions headed by George Soros.
Yeah.
And George Soros, he's financing very cleverly through all kind of web of companies, and they're all paid by George Soros. I have no material to refute this. There is no proof either, so you can do anything what you want with this information.
But I'll tell you what's happened in India. We have a separate place where protesters can come and peacefully protest. Do you have something in your country where protesters can come and do a peaceful protest? We have in India, because there is always a protest going around, peaceful protest always going around in India, because it's a big country with a lot of problems, and we are not as developed as US, but we have our own small problems. So there are a lot of things going on. But what happens is that people who want us to be unstable, they finance those protesters or maybe rioters to unease the atmosphere and to create the ruckus and to create those situations where we have to call police or cops, or we have to call military and things like that. It's happened, but it's a part of democracy, because if you have a democratic government, you should have a protesters as well, talking to the government and taking the right steps. In India, it's happening every month, every day, every year, and sometimes when we have a protester, a big rally going on, the government have also changed. So if there's a rally going on for like in a year or so, the federal government election, they lost the vote, and then the new government comes up. So that's how the power of democracy and protesters are. But we have to make sure that it should not be linked to the external situation where countries or people who want your instability, and that is the gain what they're looking for, and that hampers your culture and your atmosphere and your day-to-day normal life, because the people just looking for the loopholes, and it's now it's easy to buy anyone for big money basically, and if you have money you can buy anyone. That is the case, and that is how protesters become rioters, and that is how the situation is worsening. But I believe that if we have a place to protest, that would be great.
Yeah, and I think what this man did was precisely what I said should happen. Especially if you have a right to have an armed weapon in this country, nothing's stopping you. Unless it's different, the Castle Doctrine is different in every state. But the Castle Doctrine should protect people to protect their property. And these rioters and looters, they're evil people. They're not the good protesters. And what he did was precisely what I recommend. He said he's not afraid of them. He said, I have friends, we're all legally own guns, and we all got together to protect my place. Good for him. Good for him. I wouldn't mess with somebody like this, right? He's going to stand his ground, and he did so legally, and his restaurant didn't get damaged. But I don't think this is over. I agree with you, Ankit. Why not put up a place that is like a place of worship, right?
Yeah.
Is a place where people can give their voice without it being damaged.
There's a basic thing that we agree that we disagree, and that is a good thing about economy or about the democratic environment, because there are different views, and we should be agree that we have to have disagreements on a lot of points, but that doesn't make us different from each other, and that is the power of the democratic countries basically, and that's why we should have those places where people can talk, can protest, and can lead a situation. And also in India, whenever there's a big protest, a leader comes out from that protest and joins the government.
Ankit, I'm fascinated by this because I really don't believe that meeting violence with more violence is the answer. It just escalates. So creating a safe space where they can get heard. So somebody goes out to meet them and listens to them, so they feel like they've been heard. That seems to be a better solution for the long run than meeting violence with violence. I don't want more guns to fight different guns. It doesn't work.
Well, have you ever seen? It's kind of like, this is what I tell people. It's like one of the feuds up in the hills here, right? Yeah. And some of the movies you've seen or stories you read, it ain't no exaggeration. And Eye for an Eye really goes deep around here.
I know.
There are feuds around the world. I've seen feuds, like in the Irish, right? They have been feuding forever, right? So you can never stop that. When does the peace come? I'm going to kill your sister because you killed my brother. I'm going to stop. Just
right. Some points you have to.
And
the Irish go to war, they don't make peace.
Right.
So
and like Nick said, there are actually three stories, three sides to every story. In law, there are three sides. There's yours, his, and the truth. I learned this when I was going to go study law. And I thought that was beautiful. That was so beautifully.
Also, Kim, to add on this, my truth is different from your truth.
Right.
There's no problem. Yeah.
But the thing is that there are two sides, and then there's the truth. Always. Yeah. There's always the two sides, and then you sort it out, right? And sometimes when you listen to the other person, you go, I didn't realize that. It's like the time I sat down with Tom Tillis. I love to share this story. I can't stand Tom Tillis's laws. I despise everything he represents in office. Everything. All right. I do. I think everything he does is wrong for man in office. But I sat down and had breakfast with him. He's one of our senators. And I sat down and had breakfast with him with Nick. And everybody wanted me to go to state my claim on something, but I said I'm not going there for that reason because Nick's my friend and I don't want to embarrass him. And I sat, and oddly enough, in this room, he comes and sits down next to me, and I go, God, that was a big mistake. I don't know why he sat next to me. Most men of his power sit at the head of the table, and I intentionally sat at the other end of the table, right? But instead, he comes over and he sits down next to me. So I'm sitting here, but then I got to know him as a human.
Not such a bad guy.
Yes.
We like the same songs. We sing loud in our cars. We grew out with our families. Okay.
Yeah.
His favorite food, some of my favorite foods. But what happened was he got to know me. And everybody wanted me to throw everything under the bus about my mission, right? And there was a bill getting ready to die that he was overlooking. Nobody was paying attention to because everyone was distracted with another bill called the potty bill, right? And the potty bill had nothing to do with protecting victims of offenders anywhere. Just this, it was all mixed up. And if you read the bill, there were 7 other things in there that were hurting people. Like they wanted to cap minimum wage in this bill. But the bill I wanted was purely about saving victims from violence. 100%. It wasn't even written by me. So I brought it up to him and he goes, what? And I go, yeah, it's about to go to sleep. This is the bill that's happening. This is what I do. And he became human.
Yeah.
And out of everything that was brought up in that room, I was the only one that he put an assistant to fix. And it was too late. By the time we got, it was literally too late. But he became human. So I learned a lot that day. That when we pull together as humans and we share ourselves a little bit, it's amazing that everything that I thought he stood for changed. So I just want to share that story with people because not every politician out there is as bad as the media makes them.
Yes.
But we
Okay.
spend so much time talking past each other rather than to each other.
Exactly. But that one breakfast changed my opinion of him.
Mm-hmm.
That one moment of sitting side by side and going, wow, I like this. I like this.
Kimberly, you've got experience with family court, and I see that often in the few cases that I've been involved in as an advisor. And the people are talking past, the lawyers are talking past if the two people could just be brought together in a safe environment and talk to each other, they could resolve the situation. The lawyers are all wanting to be competitive and conflict oriented.
First off, I think the lawyers fuel the anger. Okay,
Yes,
they do.
absolutely.
I'm going to get this. I'm going to get this. What people don't know is almost every state right now is 50-50, no ifs, ands, or buts. Unless you have prenups and a bunch of other things in writing, I'm just going to tell you right now, don't go to court to get something and don't let your lawyer talk you into it. What cost you $20 to get in a marriage license is going to cost you $20,000 to file for divorce. And I brought this up in court. I've shared that story. The thing is that the lawyers abuse your anger. They use it.
And also,
that is so true.
And also, once you start discussing terms, conditions, contracts, and things like that, it's a different world altogether. Yeah. I mean, I can talk to Jim. Just casually calling him, talking to him. But if Jim wants a contract to call to Jim, that way I will stay away.
So the media did destroy my view of Trump. It's his Twitters, right? And the way he insults women destroyed my view of Trump. If I ever stood in front of Trump and he tore me down the way he tore women down in the campaigns, because he would immediately just start insulting a woman, trying to make her feel bad. He would have ended up with a black eye with me, and I'd end up in jail, and Nick would disown me. So that's why I would never go up against him or interview him, because he would just say one rude word to me, and it would be all. I don't tolerate rudeness. I really have a low. I don't tolerate domestic violence very well either, and I know violence is not the way to end it, but my dad taught me that the only way to deal with a bully sometimes is to throw the right, and it worked. I've taken down a bully that way, and it works. And they're not bullies anymore, especially when a little old girl 5'2" takes you down. So I just, but I know violence isn't the way to approach it. I've always said my greatest weight is pen, right? My pen is my sword, and my voice is the way I draw my sword, right? My voice will be the way I handle this. I am working with some people, some very powerful voices right now. We're going to go to Washington to change some of these laws. And one of them is something Nick taught me. I know he goes, "Oh, Kim, please don't tell the world I taught you this." But I love Nick because he's got this big heart, right? At the end of the day, he hates injustice. If you would see how upset Nick gets over injustice, you would just, we need to start a nonprofit. I keep telling Nick, he goes, "No, I don't want to." But he gets but he'll tell me what they need to do is use this law. And boy, I'm writing this down. Right? Like, I didn't know that law existed. But what people don't know about Nick is he's a brilliant mind. He's one of these brilliant minds. He has an unforgettable memory, probably photographic, but he's a speed reader. He researches, studies. I've seen him in action when he's really going after something. But he only truly lurches forward when there's true injustice done. That's why we're going to be in court Monday. You're not going to see Nick and I Monday. We're going to be in court after some true injustice. Right on. Yeah. I'm real proud to be sitting at the table with Nick. Not over the situation. I wish it was something else. I really, really do. This is what I tell people. There are times I really wish I were wrong, right? Because to know that I'm right about the situation means this person committed a really bad wrong. But we're going together, and so we will not be here Monday. It takes a lot of homework. People don't understand how much homework it takes to go into court.
But IBM will be live on Monday, on Economics Monday. I mean, Nick and Kim will not be there, but I will be there.
But
with all these-
Ankit's going to be here. We need all of you to keep the show going. We've got some great people still coming back on, as always. You guys and guests are still willing to come. Nick and I are going to be fighting, and we'll come back on as soon as we're done and share the story. And but again, there's injustice everywhere. But Nick taught me about a law called the Fairness and Procedural Law, and it's, you know, most of the time your state agencies are all immune from the same laws we're enforced and shoved down our throats every day. We're forced to follow a law that the government doesn't have to follow. What's wrong with this picture?
Something.
So I'm using that act. There's an act that came out, and a lot of people didn't know it existed. Thanks to Nick, I did. And we're going to start putting in new policies that are called Fairness and Procedural Act.
Kimberly, can I ask a question? I was wondering if I looked on the dollar store and I couldn't find a Philly hat. I wanted to order one.
Lynn.
I wanted to order one so that when Lynn comes on, I would be able to be wearing it and get in his good graces again.
And you know, the reason why we're here, truly the reason why we're all here, is because of the mission Nick started called Financial Literacy, and he wanted to educate people in a fun way how to protect themselves from going into financial devastation, because he's seen it too many times in his career. And he said people need to be educated, because that's the reason why we have, such a big gap between poverty and sustainability. And I go, wow, what a great mission. I want to be a part of this. And so over the course of time, one of the things I learned in this mission isn't that they're very rich and successful people. It's not about making money. It's about how you manage it. Yeah. Right? It's about your savings. And then the two of you talking today, you're investing, right? Investments. And there are risky investments and there are not risky investments. There's several tiers, but a lot of people don't know that. But every investment, no matter what, is an investment. And I hate that part in the tax filing. There's a thing that says, was it a risky investment? Well, hell yeah. Excuse me. But, I hate this part of the form because it's all risky.
Yeah, but I invested in T-bills. It's risky.
It's all risky, right? But what isn't risky is when you go out and you spend your money and the way you spend it, right? And savings, right? Is investments can be risky, but I got to go out and buy things, essentials and stuff like that. And if you could go, there are coupon cutters. I am not a coupon cutter. I'll cut them, and then by the time I go use them, they've expired. There's these 5,000 clauses of what you can't use it for in the store, right? So I am not a coupon cutter, except for Kohl's. Kohl's is the only one that doesn't have all of these disclaimers, and you can't use it here or there. Yeah, so that's the only one. I'm just going to tell the world that's the only coupons I use. But the dollar store, right? I shop the dollar store, the brick and mortar all the time. So when this pandemic happened, I'm out rushing to stock up before I lock down. And the first store I go to, of course, is the dollar store. But I tell myself, what am I going to do if this goes long, the storm lasts a long time, right? Well, Lynn Shepard's family kind of solved that problem for me. I could shop it online. But what's great about their dollar store is that it's got things like CBD that most dollar stores don't carry. Not in North Carolina. We don't carry that in North Carolina. It delivers to your door. I don't have to go out and shop. I don't have to drive the gas to go out and shop. So I save in gas. I save in time, which is something I learned in my journey with Nick. Time is money. Yeah. If I sat down and added up my time per hour, like if I bill $500 an hour, then my hour trip to the store, and I don't care what anybody says, it's at least an hour. Even if it's a 5-minute drive, it's going to be an hour, right? So $500 an hour of my time, if you add up time, and all the other elements that go into it, right? Where I could just shop online, not put my life at risk of getting COVID in a mass meeting environment. Get all the items I want, including CBD, because they don't sell it here. They sell it online, and have it delivered to my door. What's not to do that? And they sell products on the online store that I can't really get in the brick and mortar. They sell beauty aid products that I buy over counter that cost me anywhere from $20 to $60, and it's $4, $2 to $4. Big difference. And I spent $25 worth, and shipping's free. And I was just talking about this with a friend of mine who hasn't been watching our show, and was talking about it yesterday. I know, right? That's what her best friend's for. She's been my best friend for 40 years, so I love her. But she's busy being during this time a grandma that takes care of children, because her children are frontline workers at the hospitals, and so her kids, the daycare is closed, so she became a grandma. She said, I don't have time to watch your show. But I told her about it. She goes, what? There's a dollar store online?
Right.
I go, yeah. So
Well, make sure she gets the new name, because we found that that people can't spell my name, my last name properly. So we just changed it. And Jim, you should notice this: family.dollarstore.com. Okay.
wow.
So we got rid of Shepherd. Because some people spell it with one P, some people spell it with an HERD, it's just spelled so many different ways. So it was Ankit's recommendation and my wife's separately that we make the name shorter and easier for people. So we did change it to family.dollarstore.com. But here's the good news. We have rewards programs. Jim knows because he's purchased on, and you know also, Kimberly, because you both purchased from the store, but we have a rewards program and it doesn't go away. So we have no fine print that says, well, if you do this or you do that, or you do this, you do that, you can't use it. Just by signing up to become a customer, you get immediately $5 worth of future benefit as soon as you start shopping. Now, I'm sorry that Ankit isn't around, because he's probably looking for his $5 bill so that everybody can see that you get a $5 discount. But anyway, we have fantastic buys. And my wife said to me the other day, I need to know what Kimberly uses, because she has no lines in her face. And obviously that happened before we became a sponsor of Money Masters. So she wants to find out what you're using, but there is the product here on the site, and I'm going to get it for her, which at Amazon costs $67 plus shipping. And we sell it for $4.99.
Well, I'm a big fan of the collagen mask that you have.
Right,
Okay,
right.
and that costs $20 at one of my cosmetic counters, and it's the same mask, a little bit different labeling, but it's the same mask. But I'm a really big fan of these. It's time consuming, and I haven't had much time to do it, but thank you. But you exfoliate your face really well. Just take an afternoon off, right? Exfoliate your face, and while you're doing it, rest, right? But I put them in the refrigerator, and because I believe in the ice packs, and coldness reduces your swelling. But I'm a big fan of this as much as the other. But try the other product, the products that reduce lines. I have a product at home I use. And then I've got one that my mom taught me to use. So, and I won't share that one because I just don't want the world to know what she taught me to use. But I did have the morgue call me and ask me, because they said that she not only did not have a wrinkle in her face, but her skin was very smooth and plump, unlike anyone her age. They said that they've never seen anyone, and she never had plastic surgery. Never.
Wow.
What I will say is she deserved a lot of wrinkles with all the worries that she had with 5 kids.
Yeah.
And her husband was, my dad was very, very sick for many years, but she learned a little secret and she stood by it. and her convictions, but she drank a lot. I will say that she drank a lot of water.
Mhm.
She drank more water than anybody knew. But I am a big fan of this particular mask. I am. And
So I know Jim is a fan of the lidocaine CBD patches, and look at him. See, he's getting up to get it right now. And my understanding is he's going to use it on his head when he plays chess with Sasha.
That's right.
Because there you go. To
Sasha
reduce
gives me a headache.
to
So
reduce
to take it preventatively. Do it before you play them.
but, but one of the other things I'm honored about the dollar store is that you're not restricted to some of the products that, like in time of need products, right? So in time of need, we need more masks. And what do? You step up to the plate. You not only get us more masks, because I kind of deal with that with one of my companies. People came to me and said, can you help us do distribution with PPE equipment? Well, masks are considered one of them, and you got it at a very affordable rate. You're selling it cheaper than we are wholesale. I don't know how you're doing that, but you're selling your surgical mask or whatever they call them. You're selling these masks that they hand out to me. They hand these out to me at the physicians when I go in for my treatments.
Right.
A little bitty thing here, but green on one side, white on the other, which we learned on our show why you have the two colors and how to wear them. And you sell them for less than what we're selling them wholesale.
Yep,
So,
we have them. 50 of them for $30. And they come in a nice little box. Look, there's Jim with. I'll tell you, right on top of it, Jim.
Well, I don't know how you're doing it, or how you're making it work, but you're providing a service to people like me who don't want to go out and shop.
Yeah,
I get what I want.
And Mark, one of our podcasters, who now has a radio talk show on TV, on IBM TV, he is definitely a customer now as well. And he was like me, I'll just go down to the I buy my stuff at the dollar store. Well, to be able to buy it online is so much better, right?
Yep. Yeah. So Willie should know that we're working on now taking it internationally. And we've been having conversations about doing it in an online dollar store in India, and the model can work in Australia. So just a little bit of patience and we'll get it there. We can ship to Canada. I say this all the time, but as Sasha well knows, Border Patrol between here and Canada is an issue right now. Actually, even an issue before this happened. Before COVID happened. But it will happen in Canada too. But Jim, you got your stuff in 3 days, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was not a long process at all. So I was very happy with that.
Yep.
This is great.
Well, I just wanted to talk about the fact that our mission with our store is to support Money Masters and the mission that Money Masters has about financial sustainability and financial fitness. It's a wonderful program. We love it. We want to be a big support, and we're looking actually for other ways because, as Kimberly knows, I'm involved in some other businesses, and we're looking for some other ways to support Money Masters as well. So
and that's the great thing, Lynn, that I've learned through you as well is that as entrepreneurs we're doing many different things, right? We don't usually work on one project, and I see that with Willie and Sasha and Jim and Nick. We do a lot of different things, right? And but the key thing is that we work together and we support each other, and that's how we continue to grow. I see this in Henning with his projects. He, reaches out to a lot of people and does daily meetings and connects a lot of the dots. So that's all we have to do. And we appreciate your heart in wanting to give 50% of what you make to to our mission to help close that gap between poverty and sustainability. And
Happy to do it.
And the thing
Good
is
for you.
that literacy is the only way, but everybody says literacy is boring. So Jim kind of learned this from us. So we kind of shifted it and we call it fitness, right? Financial fitness. And so we're not doing, but I believe that if you learn good fitness disciplines, just like you do for your health, you're going to develop it for your wealth, right? And it's I'm not going to say it's simple steps. It's discipline and it's practice. And once you learn these tools, it becomes something that you use your whole life. And that's what we want to teach you on Money Masters, is to how to become a money master. And we have Dr. Yu here. Good morning, good afternoon. Good morning.
Yep, charging my car again, so.
Do you have a Tesla? You're charging your car. Is it a Tesla?
Yeah.
Everybody in California
yeah.
has a Tesla.
Yeah.
Everybody has a Tesla, right?
I just got in my garage. That's where I don't charge outside.
Did you guys talk about the Black Lives Matter issue yet, or?
We have been discussing that. It's been interesting to me because I've been getting questions via my Facebook from people all over the world, even from Afghanistan. They apparently been watching our news over there, like they broadcast it on their TV network.
They think the whole country's in anarchy when it's just a few isolated incidents, and all the other demonstrations are peaceful, but there's like pockets of riots and looting, but the news always blows out of proportion. I was joking with my Wuhan supplier, because when the virus broke out, I'm like, oh, are you guys okay? And he's like, oh, the news is blowing out of proportion. They tested 9.6 million people last week. Only 300 tested positive. They did the nasal test and the finger prick. And so it's fun because he's like, oh, are you okay with the riots? I'm like, same thing. The news is blown out of proportion. So it's kind of funny how we had those exchanges. Yeah.
Well, I'm keeping people out of our country this way. I'm like, you don't want to come here because we're a mess. I'm kidding. I'm like, this is better than a wall, right? But no, it was weird because they go, well, you're telling the story and we're listening to you on our network because they can't get Wi-Fi because it costs by the gig. So they're literally filming us on their networks. And they go, we want more of the story. We want to know why a police officer would kill a man. So I'm kind of telling them the story from what we see because we don't have all of the facts, like Nick said. But I'm trying to tell them that exactly what you said, Dr. Yu, is that they blow it out of proportion. You know, you're seeing the fires and the Molotov cocktails and this in small sections. But we have a reporter for us going out, and he's filming all the peaceful protests all over North Carolina. He's going around and filming it, and there's no fire, there's no cursing, there's no any of that happening. He goes, I'm looking for it, but I don't see it. So I'm sure it's happening in some places, but I think these are paid for rioters. They're terrorists. They are terrorists that go in and they do this, because I've been told that, and he even went and found it, that somebody is having bricks delivered to these sections of town. And he went downtown Raleigh where rioters went in, because what happened is the protesters in North Carolina, they all took got together and they said, we're only going to protest during the day. So anyone at night, shoot them. Just shoot them, because it's not us. That's the bad people.
Tell me, it must be a good business opportunity. Start selling bricks to protest.
I guess. So, no, I think
you can supply on time. For example, people finish their bricks. Right. Here are new bricks. Go for it.
Go for it. You know, I don't know, but they said that they were being put there for rioters to come get and start throwing. And if you look at the gang of rioters that come in, they all come equipped. Somebody pointed this out to me. It might have been Rakesh. They said, Kim, take a look at they're all equipped with and then I started doing research, and the rioters come in, the looters, they're criminals, they're paid for criminals, and they do this intentionally. So I believe that the protesters have a right for voice because majority of them don't have money, and the only way they can get their voice heard is to come together. But it was interesting to me that in North Carolina, they're saying, we're just going to protest by day. So all the people at night, shoot them, take care of them, but don't shoot us. So this is what I'm working with someone. We're going to go to the White House together, and we're going to start changing the laws to make fairness and fairness and procedure, because there is no fairness and procedure of law. There's a law that says there is, but there's not. So we're going to go together because he's a bigger voice than me. He thinks I'm smart. I'm not. I surround myself with smart people who tell me all of these things. But we're going to go together. If anyone else wants to go with us, that's great. We're not going there to fight. I think the real way to fight, your pen is stronger than the sword. And I just think we need to stand together. But I agree with you, Dr. Yu. The media took it out of proportion, both things. So I mean, Wuhan's test. Tell me, because
of this lockdown, and I'm at home and I'm doing work. The only channels that I can get internationally is Al Jazeera, European TV, and all of those channels. Like there's 4 different channels, and they all just about the rights. So from
or you can
Australia,
get TV, and we've been talking about health, how to get yourself healthy again, how to fight off COVID with building your immune system, getting rid of the obesity, exercising, get outside, positive, learn, get educated. We've even shared resources. I love the 12 autopsies of COVID patients. I don't think I could get enough of it. I sound sick, but I just kind of like, wow, this is so informative. I've learned so much of how these people died. And, Dr. Yu had said it too, and I wish they would do this. I wish they would just show us the research they're doing under the Petri dishes. Like nobody's videotaping that and sharing this. Are they, Dr. Yu?
Well, I want to see the coronavirus isolated. I don't think it's ever been isolated.
Right.
And I don't know if anyone's ever really seen it under an electron microscope, so
well,
I'm not saying it doesn't exist altogether. I'm like, well, maybe it exists, but not everywhere, right? Not in Idaho, or how could it spread that fast? It's very suspicious. And even if it did, it's not nearly as deadly as, the media proposed it would be. And look at Wuhan. They're like, oh, there's going to be a second outbreak. They're opening up too early. I got the inside information. 9.6 million tests last month. They did the nasal and they did the finger prick antibody. Only 300 positive. So, there's something going on. And now these riots are another excuse to quarantine and give curfews. Just when businesses were starting to open, and we got this re-election, all of a sudden, like a jack in the box, this issue pops up. I'm not saying it's not a real issue.
No,
racism is always going to be around. It's wrong. But why did it have to come out in the kind of like when we're coming out of Corona before the election? It's very suspicious. People get arrested every day. And who knows, maybe this incident was used as a springboard to favor, one party. It's like their last-ditch effort to get the current administration out of office. It's just too convenient. Kind of like when the Navy SEAL team they took down Bin Laden he was in Pakistan, right? Yeah, and that was like before the re-election, and they show Obama in the decision maker chair as if he's calling the shots, like he has real military training, and then all of a sudden he tries to make himself to look like, oh, he's the hero, but the Navy community didn't appreciate that.
No.
It's kind of like, why did Bin Laden pop out of nowhere during re-election time? You know, it's very manipulated, where they could have gotten him at any time because they probably knew where he was.
And I agree with that. I was very suspicious of the timing of all of that. And but you know, this is what we cannot undo. We cannot undo the damage, the pain, the suffering that discrimination causes people. We can't. But what we can do as a community is join together, because there's more good people than there are bad. And we can unite and we can stop this. But
there is something to be said for the law and order party when they want to, and the media is not helping with this by hyper ventilating over the protests.
They're trying to divide America.
It's
when what we need is unity. Yeah.
I agree.
We need to join together and become unified, and that's something that I was really proud of. I don't know if you guys got to see the video that our good friend Tommy did for us, but he finally got tired of what was going on, and I asked him. I said, "Tommy, we really need somebody with a powerful voice to get up there and calm these people down." And I don't know if you saw his video, but I love it. It's not the way he starts out is, "This is not about white. And this is not about black. This is about the right."
Well, I was
about us doing.
I was on a Zoom call with, I was on a Zoom call with a group of markers, and they're all they're Caucasians. There were some that were of Hebrew origin. I don't know the politically correct term, Jewish or Jewish American, whatever, but so they're all talking about, they can't relate to what happens to people of color who are discriminated, and they know that they're just privileged white Americans. And I'm like, wait a second, all the people on this podcast are Jewish, and although you may white skin color because of your nationality, if we were in the 1940s in Germany, you'd be branded. So it's like they can't. And it could happen if you're an upper class person, and they could look down on a lower class person of the same nationality, white, black, purple. So it's not only a color issue, there could be discrimination just on your social economic status, or
right. Absolutely.
If you're from old wealth. Well, I mean, even like people who are self-made, like let's say Warren Buffett or Jeff Bezos, if they don't have old wealth back from Queen of England bloodlines, that old wealth could look down on somebody who built their wealth from scratch, and they don't have bloodlines back to the Queen of England. So yeah,
it's called the social norm, right? If you don't fit a particular social norm, they can outcast you, just like they did with Jesus in the story of the Bible stories, right? They were able to turn the people against him. Hitler was very good at this. He was able to turn people against people because they did not fit the social norm. There's some other fascinating stories about Hitler that a lot of people don't know. I was actually sharing with Ankit, but that's how you turn people against people, is you make them discriminate against what is considered the social norm. So we have discriminations not just against color and race, but we have it against gender or even gender choice. But everyone's human, and until we unite as human,
Kimberly, one day, Philly fan and Yankee fan will walk down the street holding hands.
Heck yeah! I'm gonna make the two of you. I'm gonna make the two of you do this too. The two of you are gonna meet at a stadium of my choice, and you're gonna hold hands. We're gonna have here, and we're gonna have a good time. But it's funny because I was at the Federal Reserve one time, and Nick remembers this. It's clear as day. Go ahead.
What we need to unite the world, we need an alien invasion. We need an enemy.
But what's the
And I guess there is like there's a space force, and I guess the U.S. invests billions, and we're inviting other countries like Russia.
That's what we need.
Join this space force. So this might, if we need an alien invasion to unite the Earth. So yeah.
Well, excuse me, but what was the corona? To me, that's alien, and that's invasion.
Yeah.
It looks funky, right? Look at it. It's pretty scary looking to me, right?
Looks like dragon fruit. Yeah.
No, I agree with you. My father always said that in order to unite, you always have to find something that you're all against, right? That you can all fight. I think that our biggest divider is our own leaders. Our leaders.
How do we all fight against poverty?
Well, because poverty is what separates us, right? They make the laws. The top 1% make the laws. And this is something that Nick and I think about it this way. Our education system is 18th century. No, wait, our laws and political system is 18th century. Our education system is still 19th century. And it's held that way for a reason. But they expect us to turn our technology and our medicine into 21st century. All right. So they indebt us with education. So you want good education to produce 21st century results, but they indebt you to the point that you owe them so much money you'll never get out of it. There's students graduating with debt more than what they could buy a house for.
Well, they want you to, they brainwash you. You go to college to learn how to be basically a factory worker. And anybody is a factory worker when trading dollars for hours. And they don't teach you how to invest money, manage money, lower your taxes. And by the time you get this expensive pay called a bachelor degree that costs you $100,000, you're already $100,000 in the hole, paying the U.S. government loan department 4 to 8%. So you end up paying twice on the principal. And then you're supposed to buy a house with a white picket fence and getting into more debt. And your spouse is in school debt too. My neighbor's internal medicine doctor, probably been in practice, I don't know, 10, 20 years, still paying off his medical school.
You're talking like we're indentured servants.
Work as a nurse.
We are, but when I was trained to hire people in the big corporate world, and we would go out to hire sales people, right? We had to look for people who listen to the criteria. We had to look for people who had very expensive habits that put themselves into high class debt. These were terms used. So we didn't look at the resume. We looked at how in debt they were because they would work harder to make that sale. So that was the criteria of hiring people. And I would always ask myself, do they know why we're hiring them? So if I went to work for this company and for sales, and they saw that I was driving a Toyota Cressida, and because that's cost effective, that wasn't a Mercedes Benz that would cost me millions to maintain every year, right? That I was driving a Toyota Cressida, that I bought my clothes wisely. I wasn't buying the high trend clothes. I didn't necessarily play golf all the time. I played when I had to. But they looked at hobbies. They looked at everything you did. That was the criteria for hiring people because they wanted you to be in debt so that you worked harder to pay for these things. And I asked myself, do these guys know this is why they're being hired? It had nothing to do with skills.
I'll tell you, one of the companies in Dubai, what they do is when they hire someone, they hand over Mercedes-Benz keys. Because they want all the employees to drive in Mercedes. And that's only you can maintain the standard and the status of the company. And that's how you get good clients. Because if an employee is driving a Mercedes, that means company is doing good and they have a big perception.
Exactly.
That's how it works. And also that way, employee is also bound to be happy because he is driving Mercedes, which he never thought of.
We did it the opposite way. You work hard to get that Mercedes, or you got the Mercedes, you're in debt, you have to pay for it. We had a company that would do that, like they leased the Mercedes or whatever, and you would go visit your clients in these very, very expensive cars. But that stopped. If there was I think that was in 1997. They stopped doing that. 1998. That policy stopped in a lot of companies. But like Hewlett Packard, all of their salesmen had the same car. They could pick whatever they wanted out of 2 cars on the lot, right? They all drove the same car, one or two, right? And so Hewlett Packard was really famous for doing that.
I think Sasha was having some interesting stories about that. Yes, Sasha?
No, all I want to do is to defend my Mercedes. In fact, this is the far the cheapest car to maintain. I'm doing maintenance only once a year, not twice, not 3 times, once time. I just did it beginning of April until next April. I don't have to even understand. All I have to do is to put some gas and to drive. That's all. Once a year maintenance. And I was a little bit scared when I bought this Mercedes. I thought, okay, so I'll have to pay probably a lot to maintain and so on. And then I just thought, wow, once a year? I love it. And I will replace it only with Mercedes. Or maybe Tesla. I'd like to give it a try. But so far, Mercedes is a wonderful car.
What is it again? What car is that?
Mercedes.
Oh, Mercedes. It is a beautiful, wonderful car. I love mine. It's low maintenance. Hyundai Santa Fe. I've had it forever. And it looks brand new to this day. Mainly because I parked it in the garage. But it was the reason why I bought it was what was it, $15,000 less than the equivalent Toyota. And same features, right? I had all the same features, $15,000 less. And I said, well, what the heck? I'll give it a shot. And it ended up being I've had it since 2011 and it's never, I'm going to kill myself now. It never let me down, right? I've never been stranded, but
knock on wood.
You jinxed yourself, yeah.
I did, didn't I? I'm sitting here knocking on, but but that's the way you got to buy cars. You got to look at them, right? Most people say they're not an investment, but if you have to have them to get to and from work, they are an investment. I don't care what anybody says. If you got to have it to go to work, to
well,
travel.
In the future,
Here, go ahead.
Yeah, car ownership might be eliminated in the near future with self-driving cars, where you just hop in and then you tell the car the destination, it drives you there without a driver.
Right.
So owning a car might not be economical in the future if you have a bunch of automated cars and you just hop in out when you need to go. So.
And you can order them from the dollar store.
I still want my driver. I don't want autonomous driving. I want a driver in a car. I prefer that.
We have to have it. Yes.
But I'm
just an override. Yeah.
I'm Will Smith and iRobot. I have interviewed the chief technical officer of Ford about the self-driving cars that they were doing. He's actually been on our show and kept trying to get me to get into it. And I'm like, no way am I going to, not even on a where it just drives in a circle. I'm not going to do it. They scare me because it has no reason to live, right? I do. So my reflexes are going to be different than it.
Good
right?
point.
Really is. My reflexes are, and airplane, Air Force pilots will tell you this. Artificial intelligent reflexes are not intended to live. Just not. It crashes, like Nick says, or somebody else said the other day, it crashes, you send it to the drone hospital. Henning said that. You send it to the drone hospital. No harm done. But humans' lives are too much. But I agree with you, Dr. Yu, the self-driving cars will replace us. There is a new way to do an expensive car now. A friend of mine just invented it. It's kind of like the Uber of cars, like luxury cars. And what you do is you lease the the car, not just like a regular lease. They have a lease program, and say you're leasing it for a while, you're like a partnership, and you get an income where you can't afford that lease anymore. You can downgrade to another car that's on the list. And then you can be driving that car for a while, and then they get the real expensive car back, and then you go, well, I'm making money again, so you can upgrade again. But it's like a partnership program that you pay into, a membership. But no matter what, you will always have a car that is well kept, well maintained. You don't have to do any of that. They tell you to bring it in, they'll give you another car to drive. So,
and I think that is the way forward, because no one would like to buy the car now. People would like to have new cars every now and then. So leasing would be a good car model, and that is a good model and win-win model for car companies as well, because they know how to manage it, they know how to maintain it, and they know who are their customers, and they keep on offering new cars to them and getting the old cars back. And then once the car is not working in US, they can export it to Africa, India, or a lot of countries and sell it.
Yeah, but my problem is I don't like payments, right? So I think this is why Nick and I got along so well, because we like the way I do things. But I would have my car paid off in 2 years. I hate payments, and so yeah, I know this is the way so I would then pay it off and then drive it for another 10, and then trade, because I take very good care of my vehicles. They're usually like new when I trade them in. So.
Job was getting new car every 6 months, and you know why? Because every 6 months he had to renew his sticker for a license plate. So he hated to do it. So he would just go to a dealership, put on his car, which was 6 months old, and he was getting a brand new car. But dealership provided already new sticker and everything else. So he would drive new car for another 6 months, and in 6 months he would drive back to dealership and get brand new car again with a new sticker.
You want to hear a really crazy one? I forget which athlete this is, but there's an athlete out there that would not own the car long enough for him to have to get the inspection sticker. So I guess that's a 3-month period. But he did not want to ever have to do inspections and registrations. He never wanted to have a car registered. So he was trading his car in. I'm like, why not just own a dealership? And you just drive whatever car's on the lot. Why are you going through this process of every 3 months? It was crazy. People have their reasons, right? But my favorite thing is the rich people who own like 50 cars that are like really great collectible cars, right? And they're very, very wealthy, but they have to maintain it. They have to maintain the insurance. They have to maintain the licenses. They have to maintain keeping it on the road. Dr. Tula, welcome.
Good evening, Kim. You look a little jaded.
Good evening. I haven't seen you all week. How are you doing?
Yeah, all well, Jim. You look, Kim, you look a little jaded. I hope you are all right, because you look very down today.
Well,
Jim is as effervescent as possible. I love Jim like anything. And Sasha is always smiling.
Sasha's always smiling. Yeah. I think
and Lynn has been happy for over 50 years living with his wife. So that's
54 years, and he has a happy place.
Still going.
Still going. So you remembered about the 54. That was yesterday. So now it's 54 years in one day.
Oh my goodness. One day at a time.
What's that?
One day at a time.
One day at a time. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you always look happy, Dr. Tula. How are things going in your world?
So, I mean, we don't have much of a choice. I mean, the government has opened up a lot of things. So, it's business back as usual. People are still very skeptic. I mean, they're going to take it very slowly. But, I mean, honestly speaking, we're not that great rich a nation. So, I mean, there is a little bit of tendency of people to fall back to join work. But, I mean, honestly speaking, it's a great catch-22 situation. I mean, I will be very totally honest with you. I won't be, wanting to be in the feet or shoes of any politicians at the moment.
No, I would not
because
either.
it's a very, very tough decision to make.
Yes.
Well, it's because any decision you make is going to be an impact of both negative and positive, because sometimes you cannot make everybody happy. And right now they made some knee-jerking decisions in the beginning, and the cleanup from that has just been difficult. So I agree with you. I would not want to be a politician right now.
Dr. Tula, you were right that I was a little bit down because before you joined us, we were talking about COVID, of course, and Black Lives Matter and the riots in the streets, and it's sort of a depressing topic. And we have to work to keep our spirits elevated during these times.
I know. It's a
Well,
it's a
Jim,
very,
you grew up in the '60s, and you've seen crazy things happen in the '60s. You know, JFK, Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King assassinations. You know, Woodstock. I mean, it was crazy back then, huh? Vietnam.
One of my earliest memories is being in church after the president was killed, and everybody was crying, and I was too young to really understand why. But that's one of my earliest memories.
I grew up then too, and I remember crying. My mom dressed me up. Everybody went to church for the funeral. I remember that.
I remember exactly where I was. I was in college at the time.
Wow.
And I know I could almost take you to the spot when somebody passed me and said the president was shot. It was amazing. But I did want to mention one thing. And there was an article in the Philadelphia Inquirer the other day. 1964, we had riots here in Philadelphia. And it was interesting because they quoted some people from 1964 who said even in those days when the riots were happening, they found when some of the people were arrested that they were paid rioters, even in 1964. So this
unbelievable.
This has been going on for all these years. I mean, so that's 56 years. And with the riots, people have been paid to come in and riot. So, which is a shame.
Dr. Tula, I love the way you change things for us with a different view perspective and a very healthy one. Like the one day you told me I need to put ice on my head. I need to cool off a little bit. And you're right. You know, so we need to put ice on us and cool off a little bit. But how are things being perceived in India right now with moving forward?
Honestly, Jim, this is for you, maybe this is the first time this is happening in quite some time, I would say. In India, we have had a history of riots happening. I mean, due to whatever reasons. I mean, the reasons are, of course, one is the religious count, which happens, two communities due to various, sometimes escalation, sometimes due to insecurities, sometimes mistrust between each other. I mean, small incidents flare up, and then there is a plethora of people who work underground to fuel up these riots, and this happens. So unfortunately, we in India have seen a lot of this happening. I mean, honestly speaking, this is all, you can't justify it at any cost. I mean, destruction of property or lives is not justifiable at any end. I mean, how gross ever be the insinuation or the provocation, you cannot justify it. Now, see, I was just the other day seeing, what was happening, at least the visual images which were coming across through various TV channels and social media channels, what was happening in America. I mean, it was very distressing to see what was happening. I mean, honestly speaking, a third world country doing all kinds of these things, I don't endorse that, but that is something out of sheer, uneducatedness or backwardness, this can happen. But in a developed country, this happening looks very, very, it doesn't just look good.
Well, my political awakening was in the Vietnam War, and I carried a sign saying "Make love, not war," and I hadn't done either one. So,
Make love, not war.
Well, I think in India they fought the same.
He froze.
He froze. I think he's driving. So I think that there's, again, what we've been doing here is trying to unite everybody so that we can all work as one. And what I've been sharing with my more powerful friends who have more powerful voice than I do, is some of the laws that exist that a lot of people don't know exist that might change what we do moving forward. And it's like I tell people, we can't undo the damage that discrimination does to people, the suffering and the pain. We can't undo that. That wound is there. But what we can do is we can work together, unify together, and make better changes. And we've done this slowly.
My inherent question to you, Kim, is that, I mean, you see the policing everywhere, all across the globe. I mean, is there a country where policing really is policing? I always believe that, I mean, wherever I've seen, police will always go over. I mean, I've never seen any country where they don't go overboard. I mean, there is a very thin line between policing and, I mean, being a police state kind of a culture. Because I believe that police anyway require reforms, and they are so hell burnt out that because they're ultimately, see, every time they're confronting a suspect, there is always that risk or threat to their life also.
Yes.
I mean, the other person can be armed. I'm just giving a counterpoint on that. So, I mean, it's very difficult to honestly, I mean, it's a tough job.
It is.
The only thing
what the police do is tough.
Very difficult. Very difficult. Not one I would do.
No, but are they really policing? I think what we see in the media is the extreme, right? We don't ever see when something good happens. We really don't. We don't see every day the officers for the last year, even especially during COVID, would go out and visit the kids in the community and ask them how they're doing, play games with them, maybe play basketball games and things like that. They don't film that. No. They don't film. They film the bad stuff. And then the reason is that media is paid with a rule called if it doesn't bleed, it won't lead. And that's why Nick and I kind of decided not to do any more with CBS, NBC, any of them, because every one of them told us if you don't bleed, you're not going to lead. So the problem, I think, is, and it happens too with, you know, who gets elected, the media. The media is the reason everything happens. I always say, watch the media, and that's who's going to get voted for. don't look at the people on the podium. But are the police officers policing? No, they're not even given the proper tools to work with. Do you know that majority of the officers have to pay for their own bullets, and they can't afford the right bullets? So the bullets, majority of the bullets are not made right, and they shoot wrong.
And how about our teachers? They're paying for their own supplies too.
I'll put it to you this way: a criminal has a better paid for tool than our police officers. Because they invest in their tools. The military is the same way. When we send put our military together, they have the most cost-effective, cheapest cut corner tools that we can get. But the people that they're fighting is like that. Maybe they'll have the cheapest phone, right? The military will get them the cheapest phone, but they're up against people who invest in iPhones, the latest iPhones, the latest technology. So we don't invest in the right tools. And so if you were an officer, wouldn't you be tired of being shot at all the time and told you were wrong? You know, I would be. I would, and I wear a shirt once a month in memory of an officer who was dispatched for to go check on somebody, not knowing that it was a person who continuously committed domestic violent crimes, which is the most dangerous crime you can check on. It is, and he was shot and killed on the spot by the offender with no remorse, and so these officers face that every day. So I wish that we would, I think there's better ways we could do things. Use drones, use technology.
Well, Kimberly, I would never defend the media, so I agree with everything that you said, but I still think that the government was of the people, by the people, and for the people, and we've forgotten that. Our government is not for the people now. It is for the corporations, and we must get back to our governors have to represent the people. and the people are suffering. The government must help the people who are suffering. And we have desperate income inequality in America. And I think that this is one of the things that when you have this income inequality, the people who are dispossessed act out. And this happens over and over and again. And when the media covers something like what happened in Minneapolis, then people all over explode. And this is because we're not taking care of the people. They're not the priority for our government. Wall Street is, we don't want to die for the Dow.
Right. We don't want to die for the Dow, death of wealth, right? DOW, death of wealth. But if you really look at acronyms. But one of the things, I love my little book, right? We the People. And I picked it up in DC on one of my trips because I have a tendency of forgetting what the Constitution is, what we stand. I have a tendency, I want to remember it, so I keep it on my desk. And at the very back of it is a quote by John Marshall, and it says, "A constitution intended to endure for ages to come, and consequently to be adapted to the various crises of human affairs." Right? But it was also to be adapted as man changed, because laws would change. So, but people didn't do that. It's like you said, it became more about the corporations. It became more about power and money. We only have two parties, political. Why do we even have political parties? Because they can divide us. Everybody calls that freedom. They say that's the freedom of voice. What? There's only two voices in this country? No. Why aren't we electing humans? Because every time we elect a party, it comes with party favors. And I've been preaching this for 10 years, and I've lost a lot of friends over it. But people go, well, and Mark did this, and I didn't mean to set him up, but I hear it all the time. But he said, well, we had nobody else to vote for. And I go, wait a minute, what do you mean? He goes, well, I wasn't going to vote for her. I was, he was my only other choice. And I go, there were three people on that podium. Yeah, but you can't vote for the third person because they don't ever win. And I go, they don't ever win because of people like who don't think that way. You got to get away from the parties. Dr. Tula, is this a problem in your country?
So in our country, the problem is exactly the opposite of what it is in US. So you have a two-party system, we have a multi-party system. So we have a lot of frogs in the pond, right?
Yes.
So one frog is jumping this way, the other is jumping that way. And ultimately, you are confused which frog to vote on. So I'm sorry for calling politicians frog, but that's not what exactly I mean. I was just giving you an acronym.
We got a lot of frogs.
Because I wanted to bring a smile on your faces, because I presume that the discussions have been very serious, and I don't like Jim and Sasha looking seriously at me.
Yeah, it's sad because these things are they don't have to get this way. If we pull them together, it's just humans. But like you said, there's so many frogs out there. And this is something that has disturbed me, and I want to change the laws. But like whenever the Senate comes in and they enact a law that people can't make an income, then I think their income should be cut until the income comes back, because they have no incentive to get us back on our feet, because they're sitting back, eating their steak, drinking their wine, and not worrying about paying their bills. They have no incentive to get up and make sure our economy gets back together, and you have your essential job to go back to. And I guess that's what, because, Dr. Tula, thank you for pointing out that I'm not looking happy, because people have pointed that out to me, and maybe I need to take a break and go chill out.
Frown lines.
But no frown lines.
You need a little bit of mental relaxation. I guess I just saw you and you didn't look yourself. That's it. I'm sorry I told you that. I didn't mean to say it or frighten you around. But my only perspective was that I mean, generally you are the chirpier you. When you work hard on yourself, then you are not the real you. Because chirpiness comes absolutely. You're like it is like you are a duck in water. Like a duck takes to water, cheerfulness and effervescence is there in your face. So when you go down a little bit, it starts showing.
Well, thank you. And I'm glad. And there's nothing wrong with it. Sometimes we need somebody to say, because then you can think about, well, okay, I need to take a break. But There are just so many things out there that I think we all, and every country has these problems. When I get emailed questions for no drones, no on drones. Okay, Danny. They, again, drones can help us. As much evil as you guys see in drones, we can do a lot with them. But go ahead, Jim.
No, I'm just waving to Danny. Yeah.
Hey, no more drones. So drones, if they're used right,
I have to say something that I mean, we were talking about governments and we were talking about who will lead and multi-party systems and multiple parties and single party like in China since past 70 years. But I'm just trying to understand when we have a team, maybe an NFL team or maybe an international cricket team or any team, we hire a lot of foreign coaches from outside just to train our players. Exactly. So is it possible? Is it possible if we can import someone from outside and let them lead the country like a CEO? Because that person is not aware what's happening. How can we do those bribal things and a lot of internal things going around? And as a CEO, he just monitors the situation and work as a leader. What do you think about that? I would like to know.
Ankit is going to get. Ankit, I hope the government isn't watching this program. Otherwise, you have it. I'm telling you. I mean, you're treading on thin ice. Yes, I can assure you that.
That's what we do here.
You know how we do international exchange of students, right? We cross over our knowledge base and our training. I think there's something great to be said about being able to cross over our intelligence with each other, but to unite. And I think, Doctor, you said the only time that we're ever going to do this is when we're invaded by an alien from another world. And even then, I think we're going to fight amongst ourselves. Hi, Danny. But the thing is that, yeah, Kit, please be careful. I like the idea of sharing resources in our government now. I like the idea of potentially bringing in a corporate board of advisors for every country. And everybody thinks we're doing that by having ambassadors in other countries. And we're not. We really, really don't. I mean, look at the CDC and WHO. Have they really served us as a world? Have they really served us? No, they haven't. I've learned more by sitting and talking all of this goodness and wonderful how to take care of my body, what's really happening through us, than I have going and reading their reports every day. So, but Dr. Tula, why have you? What is a good way to get rid of some of my stress lines that are happening right now? Because that is worrying me more than anything.
So the best way is to keep on talking. See, look at Jim. Just look at his spirit and look at Sasha.
Okay.
Just look at them. I mean, look at Jim in totality. Just look at the way he conducts himself. The shirt which he wears every time there is a new printed floral, right? Yeah. I hope his wife does not design for him. I'm sure there must be something going around.
My wife is always responsible for my shirts.
Yeah. So
awesome.
But I did want to ask Sasha if Justin Trudeau could be my president, should I vote for him?
Not my choice for sure. But interestingly enough, very few people know that in Canada there are 3 political parties, not 1, not 2, but 3. Yeah, Progressive Conservative Party, Liberal Party, and NDP, which stands for New Democratic Party. Yeah. Everything new, everything always new again, and like worse, so this New Democratic Party. Actually, they've never been in power, and probably for the next 45 years will never be. So nobody knows how good they are or how bad they are. They can, when they formulate their new political agenda and plans or so on. I don't remember who was it. I think Stephen Harper. Or that was a great prime minister. So Stephen Harper said, I envy so much about New Democratic Party because they can formulate all wonderful plans and ideas and so on. They know that they never get the power, they never get implemented anything what they're talking about for the last 7 or 8 months. So I envy them. They're in good position. But I want to tell you something. I'm thinking now about one-party system. It has some advantages too. I'll tell you what it is. Let's say you become member of one party system, political system. Okay, so you work real hard and you're getting ahead in your party and your status going higher and higher. And finally, you get somewhere and you get a little bit of power, you have a little bit of money, you have a good life, and so on, and you're doing okay, you're set up for life. Now, in two parties, never mind three or more, you're doing the same thing. You work so hard, you're getting somewhere. All of a sudden, your party loses an election. Where are you? Oh, you have to now go back to job. You have to sweep the streets. You have to deliver newspapers or milk or something else. It's so unfair. But in one party system, that's never happened to you.
That's true.
Well, I'm going to argue with you a little bit, but only to the point that I'm going to say in America, we always say we have two-party systems, but I have a friend, Michael Tanner, in the Cato Institute, who would insist that we include the Libertarian Party. And maybe they are maybe what you're describing your new Democratic Party. They have never been in control, and probably in the next 45 years, they will never be in control. But they are a party, and there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people with good ideas that do not get elected. And so, in your single-party system, there may be people with better ideas, and they cannot get elected.
Absolutely.
Jim, can I just spin this conversation on its head? So can I just ask you a question? I mean, since you're all very young people in this program, you've seen a lot of younger days and more younger days coming around. So I want to ask you one thing. This is just a question to you. I mean, how indulgent were you when you were relatively more younger? I mean, don't you think the kind of expectation we have from our governments nowadays is much more than what we used to have around 20 years back?
Yes. Yes.
So basically, we are pressurizing them, and I believe they get into this marketing tool around them. So they are always in this marketing mode.
That's
because I mean, previously also governments were doing whatever they could do, whatever with their limited capability they were doing. And now also the governments remain the same only. I don't think there is much changing around. It is basically the marketing around the government which has changed more.
And
so
since
do you
Citizens United,
feel that there is a difference in people?
I think so, yeah. That is what happening around. And it's because of the media as well. That is why we are talking about politics.
Yeah, the pressure from the media, I guess, is more.
True.
But also, the Supreme Court passed Citizens United. That means a lot of political action committees can be formed, and so big money can be funneled through them and influence the elections. So I still think it comes down to power and money, and those are our choices. Which power and money do I back? This one or that one?
A few things you got to be leery of. A lot of times they do what they call laws that they make you think that they're doing something for you, but in reality, if you read the law, which it happens to be a passion of mine, because I like to find all the loopholes or the mistakes or the lies they project to people, that they will not put the enforcement in that law. So that law was just written as air. There's no reason even reason to have it. But it was written with a title and put out there to make a lot of people happy. But at the end of the day, if you read it, there is no means to enforce it. So there's no reason to even have it. It's just a waste of paper. So, and there's a lot of those. There's a lot of them out there like that. And I hate putting us down so bad, but we, the people, let it happen. I think that's the thing. Dr. Tula, you probably nailed the head. We put the pressure on them to make our lives better when actually we need to be doing it. And
local first. Do your local community first. And then
absolutely, because I'm a true believer in that, because you can do more in your local community than you can for the world, right? So I always tell people, start out with your own community first, right? If you've got money, you want to invest in things, look at your community. You're going to find hungry children. You're going to find people who are down on their luck that just need a little lift. If you start in your community first, then you build the revenue stream that establishes there, it will go out. Just like when we have people who come to our country to work, right, and they build their lives and they send the money back home, it always goes back out, right? But if you build here, if we all just build in our own community, it would be a better place.
I learned this lesson through chess governance. I got involved in the state level, and then I ran and got elected to the national level. And Sasha will know FIDE, the world governing body for chess. I was a representative in that. And now I'm back to San Francisco, to the Mechanics Institute, and all of my chess efforts are going into a local community and building that community, and it's getting bigger and bigger. And it's having influence on the outside world from the concentration on the community.
And again, that's, and consistency, right? This is what I tell people: if you're reliable and consistent in those two disciplines, it's going to be productive, right? But in anything, you got to have a purpose and a passion, planning and prepared, right? Pursue. If you don't pursue it, you might as well just stay in bed. And then you got to have persistence. But if you do all of these things and concentrate and focus on them, be consistent, it's all successful. And it's just like, taking care of our health, like Dr. Tula, he gives us some simple things that we could be doing and practices that we could do just to take care of our own selves. Because if we learn to take care of ourselves, then we can take care of other people. Yes. And it should spread, right? But eating healthier, doing good for ourselves, trying to keep the wrinkles off our faces, which that's not the only thing plastic surgeons do. I'm going to tell you right now, I have a plastic surgeon in my life, and it's not about this. It's not about this. It's about other things. Right, Dr. Tula?
Yes, of course. The first thing with all plastic surgeons, which they will always tell is, they'll try to make you happy. Because the first thing is that you need to be happy. You need to love yourself before you start loving others.
That's right.
If you don't love yourself, then I don't think you're ever going to love anyone. Because love starts with me. It doesn't start with you. It starts with me. We need to love ourselves first. And we need to respect ourselves also and respect others also. The biggest problem, what I find out of all the problem is, as Ankit said, that we could have an advisor from outside coming in and trying to help each other. The biggest challenge there is that everyone has become a kind of supremacist at this moment. Every culture says that I am superior than you.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we are not looking inward. We don't look, we just want to just go with the rhetoric that we are superior than the other. We are not looking at ourselves. We are not looking inwards. We are not seeing our pitfalls. See, every culture has its own, there are 5 good points. There may be 2-3 negative points also. So why don't we look only at the positive points? Why are we looking at the negatives all the time?
Exactly.
And that we will not accept within ourselves.
My uncle taught me something that's interesting story. I'm going to write a book about him. But when I lived with him for a while, he taught me to always write both sides, the pros and the cons. Don't always look at the negative. He said, if you do, you will never get out of it. So he said, if you're in a situation where things are really getting you on a piece of paper, write on both sides. And it was a habit I did for years, and I need to get back into it. But I would every day. Sometimes I would write down the blessings and the problems, right? And when you can see that you have good things in life, the cons don't look so bad, right? The bad things, and you can focus a little bit more on how to fix those. And but yeah, we've got to find the positive. And if you find more positives every day, then you smile. And if you smile more, you feel better. And again, these are just things that we have to do, right, as humans.
I'll tell you, sometimes you have to be an escapist, right? So you have to have that escapist attitude also with you. Because see, sometimes what happens is all around you will see only negativity.
That's right.
So it's very difficult to work through that. So it is very important that what you are seeing, what content we are seeing on the TV, that should at least be some amount of positivity in the content which you are seeing, whether that be a movie. Maybe you can see those light-hearted comedies, those light-hearted romantic flicks, whatever you want. You should try and encourage yourself to do a physical activity which you are not doing. For example, if you are not a dancer, try taking up dancing. You will be, it will be a difficult thing for you to do because it's a challenge, right? I mean, I'm sure Jim will be an astute dancer because his attitude looks towards that only. But some of
I
us
am
are
trying
not
to do
great dancers.
yoga now. I'm trying to do yoga.
Yeah. So try to do some activity which you were not doing. Try to talk to your old friends who you were not in touch with. I mean, these are all things which you can do to just lift up yourself, right? Because
Yes.
see, there is going to be negativity around. I do understand that. I mean, you're going through a writing situation at the moment in America. It doesn't look very good. Trust me, this has happened a lot with us in India. We always outgrow it. Ankit must have seen a lot of it. He was in Delhi when the Delhi riots also took place, and the president of US was also there during that time. So he's also gone through, weathered a lot. So these are things which we've gone through. We need to get out of them. That's the only thing around it.
And I was going to ask Sasha. I was going to ask Sasha, when you're doing your investment due diligence, you look at the assets and the debits, don't you? You look at no. Okay, I'm going to ask Kimberly a question then.
No, Jim. Look, if you wanna teach somebody, then you can say you study the balance sheet and you study this or that. When it comes to real money, your own money, don't even try. Don't even try, because whenever you read information, you don't know what's hidden, what is there, whether it's truth, whether it's not. This is all for academia. For people who want to make money, you have to see the flow of money into stock, when it's flowing money, when there is a rotation where people, the money managers, they are going, for example, from high-tech stocks to medical stocks. From medical stocks, they're going to food stocks. From food stocks to material stocks. And so on and on and on. We'll just study rotation of money. And all this for losers, I'm sorry to say, but this is all studying all the Warren Buffett and Graham theory about the fair value investing and all the stuff. Garbage.
Well, I like the word flow, because what Dr. Tula was telling us is that we've been flowing towards the negative, towards the debit side, and what we need to do is flow back towards the asset side, towards the positive. And I think we can do that as a society.
In all fairness to say, you know the of course economic theory of Adam Smith about why some nations are poor and some nations are rich. This is a classic book which was published 300 years ago, and it's still valid today. However, it had nothing to do with the personal wealth. Even if the country is rich, but the distribution of wealth is very unfair, so majority of people are still poor. You know that today's income, average income in the United States today, is lower than in 1967.
Yes.
How is it so? U.S. all these years was getting richer and richer. There were no wars. It was prosperous country, dream country of all nations in the world. All of a sudden, people are average people are poorer today than they were in 1967.
In 1967, my dad was a math teacher and in high school, and he could afford a home and 2 cars, and he had 4 kids.
The mindset was different in the 60s and 70s because I was taught and rewarded and inspired to earn money and save. And if I saved my money, then the bank would give me more interest rate. So I was inspired to think smart with my money. As we got older, the government decided that's not what they wanted to have happen, or the rich people and the corporations. They wanted you more in debt to them. And the way to do that is I don't know if you noticed this, but in the past 10 years, they would put up incentive programs that, if you spend your debit card 30 times, we'll give you 1.3% interest, which is more interest than anybody gives nowadays. I used to earn 6% interest on my savings. 6%. And the more I put in there, my goal was to get, and I was a kid, And my goal was to get $10,000 saved, because if I got to $10,000, I could get 10% on my money. Oh my gosh. Every penny I got was going into that bank. I couldn't, but at my age and being a female, there was no way I would ever save $10,000, and they knew it. But I strived for it. Okay, I strived for it. But today, it's, oh, you got to spend your debit card 30 times. Well, the average American, when they spend their debit card, they're going to spend it on gas or something like that. So it's going to be $20, $30 charge. You spend that 30 times, you'll never make enough interest to make that money back on the bank account, unless you put them. So this is what I did. I tested the system, because this is what I do. I test everything to break it. I tested the system, and I put the maximum amount that was allowed in there, right? Which was a lot of money. So I would make a lot on the interest that was there. And I spent my debit card at the dollar store 30 times.
All right.
Okay. So I made money on my debit card every month just to prove my point. So after a year of doing that, you know what they did? They banned me from the program.
Because you beat the system.
I beat the system. Because
they don't let you in the casino if you can do that. They kick you out of the casino.
The dollar store let me do this, but I made friends with the people at the dollar store. Said, I'm testing something. Will you let me charge one item at a time when I come here? And they did, right? So that's, but
so it proves that the golden rule: women are smarter than men.
I don't know.
That's how you stay happily married.
I don't know of any man that would have done that. Okay, I don't know of any man who would have done that. But it took a lot of work, and it wasted time. But I wanted to prove a point. But again, then the system got mad at me and took me away, took me out of the equation. I asked myself how many people actually fall for that game, because there's no way in the world you can spend a card 30 times unless you put that much effort into it and make that much interest rate. So the system is not designed. If you look at the loan program, the student loan program, I'm going to have a student loan day, and I'm going to pull it up, and I'm going to show you guys how this works. But if it is designed, what they do is they come back and they tell you, just pay the minimum amount every month. But if you pay that minimum amount every month, because the interest rate is different for each set of loans you get, you will never pay that off. In fact, you will owe more at the end of the year. You will owe more money at the end of the year. And they make it easy for kids to say, okay, I'll just pay $100 a month because that's what I can afford. But they didn't tell them that if you paid $110 a month, you'll pay it down.
Yeah.
They don't do that. They put you into a plan that at the end of the year, you owe more money than you do. And that's just one of the systems that are broken.
It's the same with the mortgage system. We always paid more than our mortgage, and we paid off our mortgage early.
For the smart people, yeah. But then they did that upside down loan thing where people were allowed to go buy big McMansions, right? Because they made it affordable with that upside down mortgage. And after 3 years, people didn't realize that they had to pay everything up.
Yeah.
and everybody lost their houses.
Yes.
Everybody. And you cannot tell me that was planned. That was planned.
That was planned.
People came in and bought those homes up and rented them out. Okay, they bought them out of foreclosure. No, this whole thing, I watched it and saw it happening. But we've got hello, Dr. Aja.
Hello, hi. Namaste.
Welcome.
Yeah,
Dr. Tula. You and Dr. Tula know each other?
Yeah, Dr. I know him. Yeah.
Okay.
How are you, Dr. Raja?
Great. How about you, man?
All well, sir.
So are you still in self-quarantine? Are you still, how are things in your family?
Yeah, they are still in the isolation, and hopefully, and they're all are fine, not getting again spike of fever, and no complications so far. Hopefully within a week, all will be again, in a normal, back to life. But, as the COVID numbers are increasing very rapidly in Delhi, so my duties are getting hectic day by day.
Sorry.
I just came 15 minutes back. I had my dinner. Now I'd get back to hospital again.
Wow. So you've had it quite tough because you've got family members that are having the problem and tested positive, and you're having to deal with the rise. And that's got to be tedious, because are they giving you guys more resources and supplies to work with the rise?
Yeah, definitely. There's a mismatch between the sources and the beds are limited. The doctors are also limited. I will say that we don't have so much of staff, and as you all might be knowing that the staffs are getting infected day by day. So it's very difficult to work with the limited staff, and we have to protect not to ourselves also, but to our staff also, because they are the part of our team. To win any battle, teamwork always matter, and it's a famous saying that team means together everyone achieves more. So I stick to that only, because starting from my emergency doctor, then doctor who sees in the ward, doctor who shifts the patient from ward to the critical care. So all are getting exposed day by day. It's a very tough situation is going these days, and the pressure building up on, apart from the COVID, government pressure is also over here. So little bit situation is getting grim, I think, with the passage of time.
I'm sorry. I hope that this, and people take heed and stay home a little bit longer, as painful as this is. I knew that we would see a rise as we entered into stages going back in to our livelihood, but I think we're not taking the precautions, right? I think we're seeing the rise because we're not taking the precautions. We get lazy. We think things can go back. I even noticed I got lazy. My son finally was able to come back home from New York, right? There's nothing for him up there. He got stuck up there. He just moved up there. He was all alone. It was very depressing to be locked down all alone. Don't know anybody, but don't know anybody who could help him if he got sick. Whereas here he had a life. And so he finally came home a week ago, but I noticed that I'm not following the things that we say we need to practice, like wash the counters more, because I got lazy, right? It was just, wear the mask. He did. He came in with a mask. So I could not hug him because he said, I don't know, because he drove all the way from New York to North Carolina. He said, I don't know if I picked something up. I don't know if the car had it in it, because he had to rent a car because he didn't have a car. Because when he went up there, his idea was to come back and get all his stuff and go back up there, and he couldn't do that. So, but he did. Boy, social distancing. The minute he came in, locked him. So we have an attic space that's finished, and he locked himself in the attic. He goes outside. Don't get me wrong. He's not like in prison. He goes outside all day, but he makes sure that nobody's around when he walks out, and he's getting tested to make sure, But I got lazy. I'm not wiping the counters all the time. And I need to remember to do that. I need to remember when I go in the house to wear this, and because I separate myself here. I'm separated from the whole house here, and it's because it's quiet and distance from
Kimberly, I was thinking your poor son. He reminded me of Harry Potter locked in the closet under the stairs.
Oh, because I put him in the attic. Well,
yeah.
I'll put it this way, his attic space is 1,485 square feet. I don't feel
well,
sorry.
Then,
that's a great attic to be in.
He's got everything up there that he needs except the kitchen, which we opted not to build a kitchen up there because we still like to meet as a community in the kitchen. But it was built as open space, and it was supposed to be my office space at one time, but he ended up living there for a while, and then he was leaving, and then he, unfortunately has to come back. There's no work, no jobs. But I started thinking about, okay, he eventually, thank goodness, we got him home, but the depression level was so high for people like that. How many people, and I started thinking, how many people are like that right now, that that don't have at least somebody eventually, because his openness is he goes, can I eventually come back home once the I can drive, can I come back home? And I'm like, yeah, at least he had a light, right? He had something to look forward to.
Yeah.
I had to, and David K. Johnson shared the story about his daughter. He's like, yeah, I sent somebody to go pick her up right away because I knew, because she was living in a new place by herself. So I started thinking, how many people are like that right now, right? They don't have family. At least in India, you guys have these great clusters of family, that you live together. And Ankit can move anywhere in the world and he's got family. So it's like he's got family.
You're keeping the flag up. You're keeping the flag up, Kimber. Kim, you're being typical Indian mother, right? So you're doing better than most of the Indian mothers. Don't worry on that.
Okay.
Right? I can tell you're doing a great job on that.
Thank you. But what we need to do is inspire these things. And Tim, one of the things I'm happy about is our show. I'm so proud of working with all of you, but we're bringing in music to help heal. Right. So we got live music all day Sunday, kids shows. We're not being prejudiced. Anybody can come. We've got great reporters going out there bringing positive news, not negative news. And Ankit and I, again, we're opening up our phones and our email. Anyone needs help, please reach out to us. Don't sit there and feel like you're alone. Honestly, Ankit and I do answer these things. Like when people call and say, I need help or I'm not happy, we respond. So just, don't feel like you're alone. That's one thing I want to tell people. Nick just said, okay. Don't feel like you're alone. Okay. Nick, you too. Don't feel like you're alone. I'm real worried about Nick's wife because she's in a fever and they went to have her tested. We've had a rise here as well. We've had a really huge spike. And in fact,
I think I would ask Dr. Ahuja that how important is to keep monitoring your saturation point before admitting to the hospital.
Saturation in terms of oxygen saturation, talking about.
Oxygen.
So what we have make the saturation is the very early marker for admission these days. Basically, since the government has given the guidelines now that patient who having the mild disease should be in home isolation, and they don't require to step out of their homes. So, but people who I'm interacting with them on telephone or on telemedicine, who I'm giving to them, so I advise them that have a very cheap pulse oximeter, so that they can just have a rough estimation of the oxygen saturation as well as the the pulse rate. So that's the basic fundamental principle of the pulse oximeter. The moment the saturation start dropping, though patient there is a common term which we nowadays known as happy hypoxia syndrome. So people are not aware that they are having the short on the breath, but still at the same time they are having the desaturation. The saturation is dropping below 90%. So I advise them, before your saturation drops to 90%, please have a checklist of your hospitals, because these days getting in a hospital of your own priority, getting treatment under your own physician, it's very tough these days. So have a check of your list of your hospitals. The moment you get to know that this is the symptom and short on the breath is worsening, rush to the hospital and get admitted over there, because rest of the care will be taken care by the medicine team as well as the critical care team. But once you are in the home isolation, a lot of stress also builds up, apart from the desaturation, stress factor, family factor, because you might the person who is giving food to you, the person who is interacting on day-to-day basis to you, he or she may also be coming in contact with this COVID only. So that's the biggest problem, challenging, which we are facing these days. Beds definitely are the biggest issue. There is a crisis of beds going on, and as already been told that the graph is trajectory is shooting up. Within a week, we are seeing that the more than 5,000 patients have built up. So these are the data which we are getting these days. And although in the initial few days back, the testing of COVID-19 PCR has been a little bit, delayed or stopped by the because of some issues. But I don't want to go over that. But definitely, if we go for the true testing of all the patients who are symptomatic, as well as the close contact of the symptomatic patients, we will have a very high number in the near future, very high number. And already been, the spike has yet to come. If spike has
Yeah.
yet to come for the COVID-19 in the late June or in the early phase of July, and already monsoon season has started. We have rain today also in Delhi. So with the rain, again the tropical infections like dengue, chikungunya, malaria, this will also going to, it will be a big problem for the capital of the India. Big problem.
And also, Dr. Ahuja, what do you think about those hotels which converted into COVID beds, basically? If someone is having a mild symptom or maybe a medium symptom of COVID, and he have that oxygen cylinder, can he stay on that hotels and get the medication done?
No, I think those hotels which had been designated few days back, the main idea of them was those who are having the two room 2 BHK room house is there. So those who cannot care, 5 people are staying in a 2 BHK room, so
Yeah.
they cannot be proper isolation cannot take place. For them, there is a facility by the government that with the limited amount, the capping has already been there with the amount,
Yeah.
so they can go and stay down over there in the hotels, but case has to be mild, and those hotels will be regularly monitored by the healthcare staff members, and apart from the pulse oximeter and all those things definitely will be there. But if you talk about the moderate case in which we require oxygen therapy, or severe case which we require oxygen therapy, patient needs to be shifted to the proper hospital.
But sir, if we can manage the oxygen cylinder, can we stay at home or can we stay at hotel?
But yes, but that depends upon again the your oxygen saturation parameters. If
No, I
still
understand.
1 to 5 liter, I'll say yes. But if you require a high level of oxygen levels, oxygen
Okay.
to maintain your saturation more than 5 liter per hour, then it means that it's better
Okay.
you shift. Sorry, no, 5 liter per minute. Sorry, it's better to shift to the hospital.
Okay.
So Ankit, what he's trying to tell you clearly is that don't trust Dr. Google.
Yeah.
But
Don't trust. Yeah.
that's all I have. That's all I trust.
It could be detrimental. It could be detrimental. Yeah.
But what happens in the
But
United States?
I must honestly compliment Ankit. I mean, he's a very, very young gentleman. I mean, he is thoroughly professional. I must compliment him for his young years. He's got a very, very, I mean, broad-based, I mean, heavy load to carry on his nimble shoulders, and he's doing it really well. I mean, honestly
He's an old
speaking, he's
soul.
just outstanding.
He's young in years, but
a
he's an
lot
old
wiser
soul.
beyond his years.
Yeah.
So same here. My best wishes with Mr. Ankit. Hopefully he'll be,
Well, I
going
have
to
to
start.
say, I work with a lot of people in my career and in my age. What he has learned has taken many of us many years to learn. So he is an old soul in a young body, and that is good, because it took me 40 years to get to where he knows exactly. And most young people his age don't stick it out. They don't. They want to give up, and it's frustrating and struggling to be able, especially in this day and time, and what everyone is going through, to not have an idea of where your income might be coming from, what's going to happen, how do you feed your family. I mean, he's got a family, a young family, just like many of you and us have done, and that's got to be scary. But he doesn't give up. This is what I wish all of y'all could see everything he does behind the scenes. He doesn't give up. He is. That's right.
I'm always positive, and my blood group is also A positive, and that's what I think about. I don't think about negative things.
He
And
does.
whenever
That.
I'm food or whenever I'm disturbed, I just go to sleep.
So he's not got a negative bone in his body.
Yes.
Yes.
No negative bone in his body.
Dr. Tula, you were so helpful for me today because we were getting so down in our previous conversation. And you
Jim,
reminded
it's always
me.
a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. You are one of the, as I always tell people, that you are not old. So Kim also keeps on harping this story that I am old, I am old. So I am always telling that you are younger. Because as you grow wiser, you get even more younger.
Yes, I agree with that.
And
When I was
Sasha is the youngest of us all. He is the youngster.
Yes. When I was Ankit's age, I was so much older then. I'm younger than that now.
So that's what it is. We need to remain young. That's it.
Yes.
You remain young, you remain happy.
Yes.
Yeah.
But also the looking inward that you mentioned earlier. This is
It's
a
always
thing
good
that,
to look inward.
because you were
it's
talking
always-
about societies looking down on one another, but individuals look down on one another too. But if you look inside yourself, you feel connected to everyone, every living thing. And then you do not feel like you have to make yourself feel better by putting someone down.
The finger pointing theory.
Yes.
One finger at your side.
4 back at you.
Yeah.
Well, what about this one? Not this thing. What about this? Live and let live.
Yeah, that's why I love this guy. He's got a real sense of humor. And he hits the hammer on the head.
I usually hit my thumb.
I am sure your wife must be monitoring every word what you're saying. To be aware of what you say.
If you're recording this show, I'm doomed.
So Ankit, I would request put it on his Facebook page.
I'll do it.
The one where he was telling a lot of good things about his wife, please put that also.
Yeah. We need to
And
balance
send
it out.
an invite send an invite to her to see, and then we'll have a drama going up.
But Dr. Tula, I'll tell you, I was discussing with my team on backstage that I will be inviting all of your wife on a show discussing about the husbands.
So then it is butchery. Last time it was a neck going on the. Last time it was a knee going on the neck. This time it is a knife which is going to go around the neck.
She's going to have internet. She's going to have internet problems.
Yeah. So
if you ever have her on the show, I will make sure she has internet problems.
All right.
Yeah, Dr. Ahuja.
What happening these days in India is, from the eastern coast we have the cyclone, from the western coast we have cyclone, from from in the air we have locust attack. In the air we have locust attack, and on the ground we have the corona attack, and when we go back to home we have a lady attack. Attack everywhere.
Down the ground, there is earthquake also going on.
Yeah, it's an earthquake also. So you cannot go anywhere.
Oh, we are covered everywhere.
But you are going to survive. You're going to survive.
Got tigers walking the streets and things like that. I mean, and in the locust situation, that is very scary.
It is.
I mean, have you ever seen a field of locusts? It's scary.
I've
have
seen
you ever
it
seen
on
it?
film.
No. I mean,
so Kim, these were things which were happening in our childhood. See, when we were young, you must have also done that. We used to catch hold of these locusts and tie some thread on their feet and let them fly into the air and all those activities. Now, Ankit, don't look at me like that. I mean, I was also a mischievous child when I was young. It's not.
Yeah, even I did that. even I did that. Those things. Yeah.
So being a dog does not give me the sole right to be absolutely serious all the time and never do the childhood stuff which you didn't do.
That's right. That's right. He's allowed to have fun too. Just because he's a doctor doesn't mean he has to be serious all the time.
Yeah,
that's what I told someone the other day. Just because I'm on TV doesn't mean I have to be serious all the time.
Yeah.
You know, to be taken serious, and people always say, "Oh, you have to be serious to be taken." No, that's not true. To be taken serious, you have to know how to say things in jest and enjoy it. So, no, I get it. No, both of you are great, and I learned so much just by being able to be here. I'm sorry I keep getting knocked out. I can't get anybody to come way out here in the country and work on our internet.
So we were discussing about calling your husband on the show, discussing about the insights.
Yeah.
Good luck. So we're both engineers. We're both engineers.
Then the beans will spill out.
Right. Yeah.
Then Kimberly.
So he's more private than I was, and I was an engineer. He's a brilliant brain. He didn't even like pictures. He's very family oriented, very quiet, very bad to know. It's so funny because you would have never seen me in the public eye until I met Nick. He's the one who convinced me to come out and talk to people and share my experiences. And it was very hard. That was a challenge that I was afraid of. And but
he persevered.
But engineers, it's hard to convert them. It really is. And that's 54 years of engineering and quiet and privacy, and I don't cross that line. That's why I last so long. You guys.
Kimberly, does your husband play chess?
No.
Oh.
He plays checkers.
Oh yeah, checker people.
Wait a minute. I can't say he doesn't play chess. He loves to collect chessboards. He collects chessboards.
Okay.
Yes, he does.
All right. I'm warming to him.
He's collected chessboards since he was a little boy.
Oh.
So,
all right.
But I don't know that he really plays that much, but he does collect them. It's interesting.
Dr. Ahuja needs to leave. He needs to go to hospital. So good luck.
Thank you very much.
I'll also
really sorry. Really sorry.
Take care, Dr. Ahuja, and take care of your family. I hope your family gets on soon, and God bless them.
Please be well.
God bless all of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Please be well. Please, both of you, be safe. It's very dangerous out there. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Come again to visit more. I love both of them very, very much because they make me smile, but they're full of good information, healthy information. And
absolutely.
I can't imagine having your family test positive and you're a doctor, right? And you being a doctor doesn't make you I'm going to tell you what, it makes you more worried when you're going to get sick, right? Yeah, it doesn't immune you and they know it. That's, I think doctors actually suffer more when they know their family's sick with something because a good friend of mine was one of the top neurologists in Raleigh, and he just got promoted and won an award. So I'm real proud of him. But he told me that one time. He told me that being a doctor sometimes can be worse because you know what the end results might be.
Yes. The more you know, the more you worry sometimes. Yeah.
Exactly. And it would hurt him if he can't fix somebody, right? It just really, people don't understand how much it hurts them. He actually found out he would never be my doctor, right? Because we're friends, but was a good advisor. And he discovered that they were rushing me to the hospital one day. And he worked the ER for a long time at the top of his profession. He still would go work the ER. And he met my family and me at the hospital when he heard that we were coming. He literally took from where he was at and met us there to help give advice, comfort, and everything like that. So,
that's a friend.
Yeah, so there are some really good these two doctors remind me of doctors. Like, I feel like they always appear like godmothers, right? When I'm feeling really low, boom.
Yeah.
Every time I think of Dr. Tula, I think of putting ice on my head.
It completely changed my perspective when he showed up. It really made me more upbeat because what we were talking about was serious stuff, and it can weigh you down. So you gotta pick yourself back up. And I just think that these guys, they're into relieving pain and suffering. So when they see it in their family, it's got to, because they're built to relieve pain and suffering, and then they see their loved ones suffering and they can't fix it. So it's got to be doubly hard for them.
Well, and they took this job not for money, but to serve.
Right.
You know, so I'm interested in who this Danny Hayes is. He has been a big fan today. Hello, Danny. Thank you so much for being our big fan. So who knows Danny?
I do.
I think Jim knows.
Yes, I know
friend.
Danny, but I'm sworn to confidentiality.
So he's from Menlo Park.
Yes, which is where I live too. Yes.
So if I come to visit, will all of y'all come have dinner with me?
Are you kidding me? I would buy dinner for you.
Oh, you wouldn't have to do that. But I love the arrogance.
If you're on an expense account, you buy.
I'll put it on Nick's.
There you go.
Hey, Nick, are you listening? No, Nick would probably come too. Nick has family in the area too. It's one of my favorite places to go travel. It really
is a wonderful place. You can get
where
anything you want. Mountains,
and
ocean,
maybe
forests.
Yeah, the forest. Oh my God, the food.
The food. I cannot say enough that it was a culinary experience for me, because I grew up in an Irish family in New England, and I thought the color of everything was gray, and that the only cooking methodology was boiling, and so I was very ignorant when I came out here, and especially my wife has taught me so much about she's a total foodie, and what she likes. I know I'm totally satisfied with this, and she says nope, not good enough. And so now I know what tastes good and doesn't taste as well, and she's taught me so much about this area. So she's got me to try things that I would never have considered trying.
Well, what I love about it is it just smells good there. For some reason, I always just think it smells so good in that area, and I can walk anywhere I want to go.
We have a natural air conditioning system.
Yeah,
it's always, and I love.
But to my surprise, Jim, I'm always surprised whenever I came to California that California doesn't look like United States of America. It looks like a separate country with different people, different attitude, and different way of living.
It's very true.
It is. It could be its own country.
The rest of the country doesn't like us because they're jealous of us. And I think that they're jealous of us because I've been a proponent of succession, because we've been feeding most of this country that doesn't like us, and I don't see what is the appeal for us supporting, and our tax money goes more to them than back to us. And
that's why I still remember when I was visiting California, I asked my sister that California is doing great in terms of revenue and things like that, and why they have such a BART which is not able to upgrade themselves. Because if you go to Amtrak or if you go to SL or other metros around the US, they are pretty good shape. But if you come to California, it's only about the BART. Rest everything is fine. Although when I have to come out from the airport, it took around 3 hours. But that is the part of thing, because in India also sometimes we have so much of queue that you have to wait for a while to come out. But rest everything is perfectly fine in California. Everything is fine.
We can solve that problem easily if we can get the metropolitan cities to agree. We could have high-speed railway, but we have to get every city to buy in that you can send this high-speed bullet train through our city. And you cannot get this kind of agreement. It's just not been possible. And so we're perfect.
Which is the best county?
Pardon me?
Which is the best county to live in California?
The best county. The best county is the county I live in San Mateo County, but you will get an argument from anybody else about in the county that they live in, because we all have microclimates too. And so the San Mateo County, which includes Redwood City, which says it has the best weather in the world, we're right next door to Redwood City. So we have such great weather. It's unbelievable. Sometimes it gets hot, sometimes it gets rainy, but most of the time it's just gorgeous. And it's just too much. I don't have the vocabulary to describe how happy I was to move down to Menlo Park from where I was living in San Francisco. And I was very ambivalent about moving down here because, San Francisco, I could walk 2 blocks from my house in Pacific Heights and get to a wonderful restaurant. I could walk to a grocery store, get everything I needed, and I could hop on a bus and get downtown. Yeah, it was, and if I wanted to get on BART, I could go anywhere else. So it was a perfect environment for me. But here, we never were able to have a barbecue in our backyard in San Francisco, maybe 3 days a year. And down in Menlo Park, it's like you can barbecue in your backyard almost all the time. And so the weather is so much better, and the community is wonderful. In San Francisco, you had to be a little bit invisible. Even your next door neighbor, you wouldn't want to make eye contact with, because you were crowded, so you wanted to secure your privacy. And here we're more spread out, so we're happy to see our neighbors. And
I just love all the different things you can do when you're there. And I would always get a ferry and go over to Sausalito for the day.
Oh, beautiful.
To watch the sunset. There's a restaurant there I like, and I always like to go to the very back of the restaurant so I could watch the boats come and go. And well, to get to the back of the restaurant, you have to go through the kitchen. But I know I've been there enough. I know how to ask, right? And but that's my favorite way to spend an evening, is to go sit and watch the sunset, and then wait around until the last ferry takes you back.
Yeah. Well, she's just frozen a minute, but I'll also say, if you lived in Marin County, you would be horrified that I would say San Mateo County was better. Marin County has they think they're the best. So,
I visited my sister, and she lives in San Ramon. And, it's one of the good, places, and it was mesmerizing because she lives on the mountains, and the home they have is on the mountains.
Nice.
And then the front side is the upper.
Yeah, it's a completely different lifestyle. So whatever you like, do you like the mountains? There's mountains here. Do you like the ocean? There's ocean here. Do you like a lake, a forest? There, you can have that. Do you like to live in a crowded city, an urban environment, which growing up I did? And now as I got younger, I decided that I would like to have a little bit more room. And so now you can have that. And so the choices are boundless. What we are, our problems, like many other places, there's overpopulation. People come here. And people without means come here because they think, well, at least I won't be freezing to death. And they go to San Francisco, and they're horrified to learn that San Francisco is cold in the summer. And, so sleeping outdoors is not so easy.
It's very cold.
It's not a good life. And Mark Twain once said
it's cold year round.
Yeah, Mark Twain once said the coldest winter he ever spent was the summer in San Francisco. So it's it's true. And he was a quipster, of course, but there's an element of truth to it, because they think sunny San Francisco, except there's fog and it gets cold and wet, so you can't dress for it like you can in other places. Like, you go up in the mountains, you can dress for the weather, but in San Francisco it kind of goes through you, so your bones ache, and it's not always comfortable. But October, November, it's the most beautiful place you can imagine. And it depends. What do you want? Do you want to live in LA with the smog, the traffic? There's good things about it. There's bad things about it. But overpopulation, because everybody wants to come to California, we have too many people and not enough services for them. So we have a real problem with homeless, the indigent, people without resources that cannot, you can't, and not everybody can live in Pacific Heights in San Francisco. So I would take a bus, and I would pass through the Tenderloin. It's a different world in the same city. So
it's a challenge. It is a challenge because it is such a great place to live. Another place that can be great is Chicago, right? But again, a very, very cold environment. It cuts right through you. But one of the things I love about Chicago, similar to San Francisco, is they made everything for their people affordable to enjoy, like the museums, the parks.
Yes.
Everything is very easily accessible and affordable, if not free, which actually Chicago has the only second largest zoo that's free. It's one of my favorite places to go, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, but But San Francisco is the same way. Almost every part of San Francisco to me is a museum. San Francisco is a museum in itself. You don't have to go into a building. You just walk around and the sea lions. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. Fisherman's Wharf. Yeah. That's a different experience entirely. You go on Fisherman's Wharf, you don't. It's not the same experience as the financial district.
You'll never see that anywhere in the world. You know, they just pile up there and play music and do this little shifting game, right? I can sit there this sounds stupid. I can sit there for hours. I'm not even drunk, but I can sit there for hours and just watch, mesmerized. Yeah. You know, when are they going to move? When are they going to move? It's like a Rubik's Cube or something.
No, and, I'm a big fan, but one of my colleagues who's since passed away once told me it's the greatest place to work, and where he lived and outside of San Francisco was the best place to live.
Well, there you
go. So
you know,
that's what I do now.
They know how to treat their employees. They release most of the places like the big corp, and I was impressed when I went to go visit Open Table.
Oh yeah.
Open Table was so impressive. I think they instituted what Google was doing before Google really kind of came around. But every department was like an opening to a restaurant, and every department had an open bar of top shelf, very top shelf, and every department had their own keg of beers. Kid you not. That was the happiest place in the world to work.
But you know, I worked for Charles Schwab in the financial district of San Francisco for years, and I might be biased about this, but I was a great company to work for because Charles Schwab made sure that his employees were rewarded. If his company was successful, his employees were successful, and he had a community sense. He took care. He put some of his profits into the community. And, you know, so he likes golf, so he's sponsoring the championship tour for the seniors. And, you know, it's just about giving back. It's not about acquiring the wealth for himself. And so I was very proud to work for that man. And it's one of these corporations can be helpful to the communities they live in. And when they forget that the community is part of their existence, then they are not serving. They're not doing the community any good. The employees aren't treated well. You know, this is I've been in both kinds of corporations, and I prefer the ones who take care of their employees.
I watched IBM, Nortel, those kind of companies that would do so many great things for their employees in the beginning. And then they turned into these people who would do anything to cut the employee. And it was very sad to watch over the years but what was interesting to me was in the beginning when I was part of the way they treated people nice, people wanted to work. People wanted to work harder.
Absolutely.
People worked more hours for less money. Kid you not, happy. Then they turned into these greedy tyrants, and they started cutting things and laying off people to raise their P&L report so that they would get more money from investors, and then turn around. And so it was a swinging pendulum. And people got to where they didn't care about work anymore. They didn't care about the product. All they could care about was just how to survive and make a living for their family.
But I know the reason why.
Counselor.
It's all the lawyer's fault. And now explain to you, why it's a legal problem. Okay, let me tell you what happened. Okay, first of all, the compensation structure. The individual who's a corporate executive gets compensated by stock options. Stock options, what happens is you exercise an option to bring up the value of the stock. And to bring the value of the stock, you need to increase dividends to shareholders. So hence defined benefit plans, the area that I worked in, got cut by a lot of the major companies because rather than contribute $1 billion to a defined benefit plan, even though it's tax deductible for the benefit of the employees, the corporate executives go, I will distribute $1 billion to the shareholders. So Alexander Starr gets paid. And the reason I did it because he's getting a bigger dividend, or I re-bring it back into earnings, is because it drives the value of the corporation up. And when the value of the stock goes up, I get to exercise my options to trade. By the way, GE was trading over $8.20 a share, by the way. So you may be out if you had an $8 call. Okay, so the thing is, I get to exercise my stock options. I was thinking you'd be better off to go at 15, but that's me. At $8 a share, when it's trading for 15. So me as an executive, my incentive is not to compensate the employee, but to compensate the shareholders. And hence, the employees, aka labor, is a major disadvantage. And I'm talking about the United States. I don't know about most other countries.
But that doesn't sound like a legal lawyer problem.
Yeah, it is.
Like
Yeah, it is because you can limit stock options. You have non-qualified and qualified, and there's certain limits on qualified, and there's unlimited on non-qualified. So there's limits you can put on it. Number two problem, the federal income tax marginal rates. At one point in time in the United States during the Eisenhower administration, okay, and even later than that, I mean, through Kennedy's administration, all the way up to a guy named President Reagan, who came from the state of California. The highest marginal income tax rate was 70 to 90%, giving a disincentive to individuals to be greedy, accumulate huge amounts of money. Absolutely, because if they made $1 million or more, by the way, had income $1 million more, you'd only keep 10% of it, and the rest of it went back into the country, back into the economy, back to keep our tax deficits down, and we had what they call a growing middle class.
And our bridges repaired and roads repaired.
Yes, and that happened all the way until President Reagan passed the Economic Tax Reform Act, ERTA, back in 1981, where he dropped the high marginal rates down to low as 28%. And so what happens is there is no real incentive to do anything but accumulate large amounts of money. So what happened between the Reagan administration, which a lot of people worship, because he did pull us out of it. Pardon? Because he did pull. I was Republican, so I voted for him, but that's another story. Okay, but now looking back into history, here's what happened over the next 30 years. Okay, we have a society which exists today. 1% was able to accumulate vast amounts of money. The middle class made next to nothing, and 50% of our society, half, cannot get a hold of $400. Now think about that, Alexander. Half the people that you meet in a chess tournament couldn't scrape together $500 if it saved their life. And that's the economy that we're in today. Okay. But if you're in the top 1%, you have all the bananas. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. Now, is that a bad thing or a good thing? Well, that's up to philosophers and political pundits to make that decision. Okay, are you taking from the rich if you tax? Come on, that's up to political pundits. But here's the reality. Most everybody that we meet, and I tell Kim this, aren't worth meeting. 99% can do nothing for you or for us. You can only work with 10% of society, which means 9 out of 10 people come on the show, forget it. Yeah. Well, not really, because we do try to screw them here. But that's the reality, Jim. 9 out of 10 people have nothing. But 1 out of 10 is doing quite well, and 1 out of 100 is doing very, very well. Okay, and 1 out of 1,000 even better. So the thing is, when it comes to your time, and they will never talk about this in BLM and all this other stuff. Okay, what's really going on here, buddy? Okay, is that a very small percentage of the population lives very well, and the rest of the people live not so well. And that's the and part of it is what I just described. It's a combination of a long-term effective tax policy and stock options, and that hasn't changed. In other words, I don't see that changing unless there's unless people wake up and are educated about this. Now let's talk about this. This is really basic. In other words, you can go to the internet and see this stuff. Okay, is it being taught to our elementary school students?
No.
What about middle school students?
Not at all.
And high school students? No. Okay, so the thing is, this whole concept of rich dad, poor dad, Stanley's book on the Millionaire Next Door, it's completely ignored. And so we have right now, and I found out teaching at Northeastern for 10 years now. I've been lead faculty for the retirement planning program. And so I did a survey. I went to great universities. There's a university in your way that claims to be great. One
Yes.
is called Stanford. You probably
Yeah, I
heard of
know.
it.
My mother
Okay,
went.
the
my wife
other
went.
is UCal Berkeley. But here's one thing I can guarantee you about Stanford. If you graduate from Stanford with a master's in business administration or a law degree, you've had no retirement planning experience whatsoever.
Exactly.
Because they don't offer one course in it. Now, in the MBA, what do you take? Finance, accounting, economics, stuff that is fluffing stuff, in my opinion. Okay, but it's not hardcore. Hey, I really know about qualified plans, non-qualified plans, and stock options, and retirement plans in general. Yet, and here was my argument. At some point in time, everybody, if they live long enough, is going to look to retire, and they don't know what actual equivalence is, which is a basic actual concept.
Right.
And for those who don't know, I'll tell you what
How
it
long
is.
will I live?
No, it isn't. Actual equivalence is this: lump sum related to a lifetime income. If you had $1 million today, what sort of lifetime income could you get? And they're considered actual equivalent. Approximately, it's going to be about $4,000 a month, maybe. That's it. So you make about $48,000 a year, maybe. And I say maybe because as interest rates go down, let's take a look at the basic $1 million that Alexander has in his bank account. The basic $1 million is worth very little today because if you invest safely, you get a return today of less than 1%. We're basically $10,000 a year. So Alexander, who retires off of $1 million, makes $10,000 a year, which is poverty.
Yes.
Poverty, seriously. So Alexander feels good because he's got his $1 million, and the reason he has to trade is because he's got to make more than 10,000 or he's living in poverty. Okay. When I graduated from law school back in 1984, interest rates were 10 to 15%. I had millionaires come to me. I said, "How are you doing?" "Pretty good. Got $1 million in CDs, making 100,000 a year." Okay, that's a big difference. So yesterday's millionaire was worth a lot more than today's millionaire. Yet, okay, and I'm talking about $1 million being basically worthless. Yet, if you go talk to 90% of the population, $1 million.
Yeah.
I'm super rich. No, you're not. Okay, you're busted.
$1 million.
Exactly.
Not where I live.
I know. In San Francisco, dude, you can't even buy a house there. You buy a studio apartment for $1 million in Silicon Valley. Come on.
If you're lucky to find that.
If you're lucky. Yeah, I mean, I was, my in-laws founded a company called the Westin Hotels. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a nice hotel chain.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
sure.
so they retired in Belvedere and Tiburon. Okay, so I had to go to those places. And then so I'm hanging out in Tiburon. Do you know where they are in Marin County, I guess?
I know.
Okay, so I didn't know. I'm a Florida boy, so I'm sitting there. California to me is left coast, west coast. So I went over there and I was going, what's the deal here? Highest real estate values in the United States. I'm going, you got to be kidding me. I looked at those homes and I looked at the prices on Zillow. So you guys are crazy. I mean, these are your basic 1,800 square foot homes going for $3 million. They're out of their bloody minds. Yet everybody trots around in their nice, what they call it, designer clothes, and they're all decked out and they're all yuppie types. And I'm going like, man, okay, there's only one way they can afford it is they actually bought a long time ago and let Tiburon and Belvedere go up, or they inherit a lot of money, or they exercised a lot of stock options. I mean, basically they basically won the lottery, and that's it. And that's what you see in the San Francisco Bay Area. If you said, hey, if Ankit goes, hey, I'm going to move to San Francisco to make my fortune, you'll lose your fortune first. Okay, because the thing is, you can't afford to live there. They'll suck you dry. You'll live homeless on the streets. I mean, it's absolutely insane.
When the Facebook money came in, people would knock down perfectly good homes and build up these much more monstrous, I would think,
I know
homes in their place. Yeah, they weren't interested in the house. They were interested in the land.
The land, I know. Yeah, well, where I live in Tampa, the lots go because somebody bought our house for like $430,000, 1,500 square foot home. They knock it down. So I said they spent $430,000 for their bloody lot. But I did an analysis of where I lived in Tampa. It goes for $1 million an acre. I'm going like, okay. I mean, because we were on the peninsula, there's no land. It's like Seattle. You're on a peninsula with no land, and plus these people are financially possibly foolish. And why would you say that? Somebody has all this money. How could they be foolish? I'm going to give you an example. There's a gentleman you may be heard of called Evander Holyfield, right?
Yes.
He was a boxing champion. He made $500 million. That's a lot of money.
Where
right?
is it?
Okay.
Where is it?
Oh, he lost everything. He's worth less than $500,000. today. He did have the biggest house in Atlanta. It was over 40,000 square feet. Maybe it was 80,000 at one time, but lost it all. So the thing is, and this is one problem, of course, even with what we call the nouveau riche. The nouveau riche doesn't get an educational book on how to manage their own finances. They make a lot of money.
No financial fitness. No financial.
They don't have financial fitness, right? So Evander Holyfield, I'm going like, guy, man, you should have done like what Mark Cuban did. The minute he sold out to Yahoo, parked half his earnings in Yahoo and treasuries. And so I'm just going to forget about the U.S. treasuries.
Yeah.
And then I'll go back to work. In the meantime, we got an appointment to make. So
but before we do, I got a surprise from Nick. Lean over this way. Lean over to me. Lean over. Lean over.
There you go.
Okay, I got a vaccine shot.
Okay.
Great man.
See, I got you a vaccine.
Oh, it's going in his ear.
There you
I'm
go.
cured.
Yeah. So you're safe.
We got to get our
Bring your
airplane
wife on
going.
the show so Kimberly can make us safe.
Kim, you guys don't know, we got an appointment coming up very
Yes,
shortly.
we
Hello,
do.
I got several of them for you today. So we're going to get on our airplane
But
and
before we
take off.
do, I want to encourage everybody. Tomorrow is our Super Saturday. Well, Super Sunday too. This weekend we got great children's show music. But tomorrow is Sasha's Chess Stars. Please make sure you join us. He's got a great guest as always. Fun conversations, and you learn a lot. And then the next week, I think we're going to be doing a tournament. So tune in and learn more. Kit, what else do we have?
And we have a lot of musicians on Sunday, and on Saturday we have some doctors, and we are doing a special show on mental health tomorrow at 10:30 EST.
Wow,
and
good.
we have a
Special
show at 1. In between, we have Dr. Phillips' Stem Cell Saturday. So that is how we can plan. And thank you for joining us.
It's
a great lineup tomorrow.
Great
wow.
weekend.
I'm going to have to watch.
Sasha, are you going to invite me on your show?
Beam in.
Will you invite me on your show?
Yes, come and beam in, everybody. We thank all the guests.
Jim wants to be invited on your show, Sasha.
Before I just wrap up, thank you for joining us.
कोरोना वायरस से कैसे बचेंगे? हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अथू अथू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
That's a wrap for today. It was Friday with doctors, and tomorrow is Starry Saturday. And hopefully we'll see you soon tomorrow. Take care, have a blast, and stay at home.